non-agenda speaker Vannie Houston. You each have 1 minute.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Juan Rubio, and I'm an organizer with Workers Defense Project. We represent many of the construction workers across Harris County, and I'm here today to talk about the worksite safety policy. So Texas remains the deadliest state in any nation for construction workers, and many of the injuries we hear about locally stem from issues which are entirely preventable. Lack of rest breaks, inadequate heat protections, missing PPE, inconsistent oversight in multi-employer work sites, things of that nature. And so this worksite safety policy addresses those gaps directly. It includes requirements for daily competent inspections, weekly audits, documented safety meetings, know your rights and OSHA trainings, all of which will improve compliance and give workers the give workers the tools to recognize hazards before they become preventable injuries. The county's plan to conduct inspections and maintain a database on some of this will also create accountability across contractors. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you for your work.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bonnie Houston. I've lived in Harris County for many years. I'm here today because my property was stolen through fraud, and I have been trying to get help and justice since 2017. This has caused me a lot of stress and hardship. I have also gone through every channel that I know, but I still haven't gotten my property back. I'm asking this court today to help to look into my case and make sure my property is returned and made right. No one should have to fight this long just to keep what belongs to them. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, thank you for coming down. I'll have someone from office visit with you. We do have a task force looking into situations like this, so maybe we can learn from your situation, and maybe we are able to help you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hi guys, this letter is from Gene Wu, State Rep, District 137. He says, Dear Jacob, I hope this letter finds you well. I want to send you my warmest greetings and let you know and how much I appreciate the joy and energy you bring to our community. Your kind spirit and enthusiasm inspire those around you, and it's always uplifting to see your pride in Houston, especially when you cheer for your favorite team. I also want you to know that our staff notices your dedication by attending Harris County Commissioners Court and Houston City Council meetings. If I recall correctly, you even attended one of my joint town halls with Congresswoman Fletcher. It is clear how much you care about our city, and your presence brings a special kind of encouragement to those gatherings. Thank you for sharing your light and reminding us all of the importance of community, joy, and team spirit.
Thank
If
you.
you
Your
ever
time is up.
require assistance or wish to connect with my office in the future,
Thank you, sir. Your time is
please
up.
know that you're always welcome to reach out.
Thank you, Jacob. Good to see you at Mass the other day. Good to see you at the Co-Cathedral.
Oh, yeah. Bless you, my son.
Bless you.
Next is non-agenda speakers Hannah Walker of Precinct 1, Joseph Benson of Precinct 1, and Alexi Swirsky of Precinct 3. You each have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Hannah Walker. I'm the facility manager at the Metropolitan Multi-Service Center on West Gray. I'm sure you're all familiar. It's your biggest voting site. But we're also a rec center for people with disabilities. This is Sylvan Velasquez. He's one of our athletes. We have a huge event coming up. It's called Metal and Muscle. It's at the George R. Brown Convention Center the first weekend in December. I wanted to invite you all to come and also share that we're looking for other people with disabilities. We're going to have a whole military division this year. This is our second year with the military division. We have people from all Wounded Warrior Services, active duty, and veterans coming to compete. This is our 14th year. We're looking to create awareness now. We want to bring the community in. If you know anybody with a disability that is interested in adaptive sports, we have almost all adaptive sports, team sports, and individual sports there. We're also desperate for volunteers and sponsorships. So if anybody wants to be involved or come out, we would love to have you. And we also really want to have all the new people with spinal cord injuries, rehab hospitals. Everybody is welcome. It's free to attend. So thank you so much. Thank you.
And if you give those to him, he'll pass them out to us. Just give that to the officer there.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Benson. I'm a community health worker with Healthcare for the Homeless Houston, and I come to tell you about, I feel that the organization that's the biggest kept secret in the city of Houston. We provide health care, mental health, jail diversion. We have the only transportation system in the United States that's for the homeless community that runs within 610. We have a street medicine program also. But we have a holiday that's coming up in December the 21st, which is Homeless Memorial Day. And I'm here to invite you or anyone from your organization to come out, because on the 17th of December at the Beacon from 6 to 8:30, we're going to have a program where we memorialize those individuals. We also have a program that comes up in June on the summer solstice that we call Homeless Success Day. That's when we get individuals from all the different organizations across the city of Houston that has been helped to become successful.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
And may I say to Mr. Ellis, thank you for helping us for the past 10 years for Homeless Success Day from your office, for giving us the certificates.
Thank you.
During Tropical Storm Allison in 2001, a home we had just moved out of flooded, greatly reducing its value. Later, I attended a local civic club meeting about the flooding in the neighborhood, which I still lived in. When I asked the speaker from the flood control district why it was flooding more, he said it was just raining more. That was not true. My husband had lived in that neighborhood his whole life, and it was not raining more. What was happening was that new subdivisions were being built north of us, and in lieu of building the recommended detention ponds, the developers would just donate a sum of, or not donate, but give a sum of money to the county. The detention ponds were not built. When it rained excessively, the water would not collect in the detention ponds because they weren't there, but instead rush down to the Gulf of Mexico, flooding homes along the way. Since that false answer from Harris County Flood Control, I have not trusted the county's flood control management. I do trust Tom Ramsey. As well as having high integrity, he's an engineer with years of experience in planning
Thank you, ma'am.
waterways.
Your time
Please
is
listen
up.
and act appropriately on what he recommends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
Alexei Swirsky.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Commissioner Garcia, we're going to go to executive session. I'll announce that in a second. And then I want to ask the Office of County Administrator, can we take the construction project safety item up after that? You said before 1. Do you need some more time?
Commissioner, I don't think we do. That wasn't the request from our office at 1. It may have been from Commissioner Briones' office.
Okay. I'll check. So I'll let her know. We may just take that up after we do
Okay.
executive session.
We're ready, yeah.
Okay, make sure I get the script right. Okay, on page 35, item 272, this is a request from the county administration for executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551-087 to discuss economic development negotiations related to commercial and financial information received from a business prospect related to its location and expansion. So it is now 9:28, and we will proceed to executive session. And when we return, we will take up that item if Commissioner Briones is ready. Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, it is now 10:37, and we're back from executive section. No action on that matter. At this time, we will take up the worker safety item, and that is construction project safety, item 4. I'll just make a couple of brief comments. I want to thank all of our offices for the work that they did on this, particularly my staff and Commissioner Briones, your staff. You and I worked very closely on this, but all of the offices were involved. Every worker deserves to come home safe at the end of the day. We have a record amount of construction projects going on in Houston and Harris County now and all around the state. One statistic that we ought to not lead on in Texas is the number of people who end up with OSHA violations, sometimes ending in death on construction sites. Harris County has the opportunity to lead by example today and become one of the leading counties across the country to implement a worksite safety program. Each year, more than 100 workers lose their lives on jobs in Harris County alone. In 2023, Texas led the nation in workplace fatalities with 564 deaths. That same year, the Houston area construction site saw over 6,500 OSHA violations, and I think that's clear evidence of systemic safety issues. It's the right thing to do, and I think that it's time that we do it. Our goal, obviously, is clear: 0 preventable deaths, stronger safety standards, and better enforcement across every county-funded project. The Office of County Administrator and the Legal Department did a great job of working on this. We had a number of meetings from the working group, a lot of people from labor, industry, advocacy groups who spoke earlier today came forward, and I'm proud to jointly make a motion to move forward with my colleague who finished the phrase.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, to you and your
Bring home,
Precinct
yeah.
1 team, and to my Precinct 4 team, and all of the court offices for working together with this, and all of our labor partners, workers' defense partners, all of the contractor and contracting agencies that came together to find a win-win-win for Harris County workers and for Harris County businesses. I'm very proud that today we're going to be able to strengthen the policies and really standardize practices because, as Commissioner Ellis just stated, Texas leads the nation in construction worker deaths, and leads, i.e. we're the worst. And I want Texas to be leading for the right reasons. And so today, Harris County is taking yet another step to lead for the right reasons. And so I'm happy that we're strengthening and amplifying the record policy and launching for the first time the worksite safety policy so that we have real-time inspections to keep our workers safe, as well as now adding a hotline for workers to make sure they feel comfortable reporting issues, establishing a worksite safety committee so that we can have ongoing stakeholder meetings so that we're tracking the data together and finding ways to continue to optimize the policy and the processes. The way I think of as someone who grew up check to check, this is wonderful for our workers. And at a time where affordability is such an acute issue, making sure that workers can go home and be alive and go home to their families, but also so we're lessening the risk of injury and time off of work and checks they will not be receiving, because we want families here in Harris County to thrive. And it's also a win for responsible business owners because you want the steady workforce, the consistent workforce. You don't want missed days because your workers have been injured and this constant revolving door of talent. So from a quality perspective, from a continuity perspective, this is a win for both sides. I love how we're able here in Harris County to come across. We may disagree, share differing opinions, but then we find common purpose, common ground, and we take action. So safety first should be non-negotiable for all. And so I'm very proud that today in Harris County, we're taking action and this will be moving forward. And we encourage other jurisdictions and other entities to do the right thing for the right reasons and help grow and strengthen our economy by growing a safe, strong workforce. So again, thank you for your partnership. Commissioner Ellis, and to everyone. I see many of the champions out here in the audience. Thank you for your partnership. And so I'm very proud to live and represent Harris County today and always, but especially today.
And that joint motion from Ellis and Briones would be to approve the policy as presented. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the work group. I think that was off to what I would call a good start. I think safety is important. Being a person that's actually been on job sites, actually been responsible for, if you will, monitoring what goes on those sites. Clearly, safety is a big deal in our construction community, in our engineering community, in our built environment community. I would just tell you, this is rushed. Anything this important shouldn't be rushed. Anything this important, we should ask people that know to get involved. We haven't done that. The large majority of people involved at this point have either been policy advisors, never been on the job site construction, or they've been involved with labor unions and other things. I think we just need to understand that. If we think we're solving all the job site safety issues today, this isn't going to do it. We spent only a month working on the site safety policy, the area where the real impact would be. I think we need to ask ourselves, what is the timeline? Why did we wake up a month ago and said, we're going to get this done in a month? Well, if we started 2 years ago and worked on it, okay, that would be it. We didn't do that. The work record policy added language that requires a nationwide look at contractor OSHA violations. That means if someone had a paper cut in California because that's an OSHA violation, now they got an OSHA violation and will preclude them from bidding in Texas. You know, I respect other states, but I think we need to understand what goes on in Texas, not in California, not in New York, not in other states where they may have different guidelines that some days don't make any sense. Texas is a state where it's non-mandatory to be in a union. We're an open shop state. Why was the preference to labor unions throughout the discussion? Certainly they need to be at the table. Certainly we want to hear from our labor union leaders, but we need to hear from other folks too. Nearly every comment that was made relative from a contractor to this, any input, was pretty much ignored through the process. I think there was an urgency proposed here that is not needed. When I talk to industry leaders, and like Doug Pitcock, probably one of the leading constructors in the area, I think his observation of this would be this is a disaster if we don't take the time to answer questions, to understand what it is on the construction site. It should not be a bureaucratic check-the-box process. It shouldn't be, let's get on a piece of paper all the things that we could possibly write down and ask our industry leaders to respond. The burden on small contractors who do not have administrative capabilities, the burden on them, they're not going to be able to keep up. So they'll ignore it or they just won't be able to do the jobs. I think small family-run companies, this is just beyond their ability to keep up with what is being proposed today. The cost, we don't know what the costs are. And Jesse, it's not just the administrative cost. I know you sent out what the administrative cost. The cost I'm talking about is what is the cost in the industry. Do we understand the clear benefits? Of course we're for safety. Of course we want to do those things to make the job site safer. But when you're proposing something, you should understand what is the impact and really what's the real benefit when you implement something. I think a lot of work still needs to be done here. There's a reason why TxDOT, which I consider the gold standard of safety in this state. I know that because I've been on their sites. I know that because I've read their contracts. I know that because I've been involved with the process. When they're not doing this, you should ask yourself, I wonder why TxDOT isn't doing this. There's merit to having conversations with major entities in this state that do a lot of construction. I'd be interested to see what the Port of Houston said. I'd be interested to see what TxDOT would say. A lot of the other, I think, public entities that do a lot of construction. So I think if you set up milestones for a full policy to deliver an implementation plan, we've still got to go to the implementation plan. There's going to be a 7-person worksite safety committee. We'll furnish 60% of the document. We don't have all of that. There's still a lot of work to be done on the document, on the implementation document. It's not clear to me what the implementation process will be. It's not clear to me that construction people will be involved with it. There was not a professional engineer from the county engineer's office with construction experience involved with this in any way. I find that very odd. So this is far, far, far from common sense. I can tell you from a person that's been involved with construction that this is not a common sense approach. This is a bureaucratic check the box approach. This will do very little to help job site safety. So I'm asking that we slow the train down until we can get people in the room to provide input, insight, bring all voices to the table. Don't ignore people that might know something about job site safety, and let's hear from them before we adopt something in a rushed, inappropriate manner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody who was involved with this, and I want to thank the folks in labor in particular for sharing your voice and urging that we come up with something. Commissioner Ramsey may have a point that we don't have a perfect policy, but I don't think any policy is ultimately perfect when we're starting. So we're going to learn from all this. But I will tell you that I have been at work sites, albeit in the private sector, where I have seen and had to investigate someone losing their life because of lack of OSHA standards, obviously a complete disregard for safety. And I would just hate to have the opportunity to have a policy in place and then tomorrow something tragic happen on a county-funded project. That would just tear me apart. And so for that reason, I just want to applaud everyone, and I think we have to be thoughtful as to what our true legal authority is. I think there's some things that are already implicit in our policies. So I want to make sure that we're not overreaching that ultimately hurts the policy itself. So I'll leave that to the county attorneys and the county administrator's office to make sure that moves in the right way. But with that being said, I want to make sure that I go to a memorial event for workers and see less and less boots that you guys display. That's a powerful thing to see and understand. And for anybody who has not seen that, I would strongly encourage you to go to that particular event, and you will see folks doing a hard day's work for an honest dollar, and then ultimately lose their lives just because there was no thought given to something that's available to us all, and that's OSHA standards. And so I just want to continue to keep those families who may have lost probably the only person who was the provider for those families. And so I just want to keep those folks in our thoughts and continued thoughts and prayers, but simply say that we have an opportunity here to say we want, just like our law enforcement, I want every one of those guys and gals to go home every single night. And we work hard not to pinch pennies on the equipment they need, the vests that keep them alive, the technology that will help them be safer but do a great job. And this is the same thing for another area of government work. And so I'm proud to support this item. And again, I want to thank everyone for their work on this, including my team.
Just a brief closing comment. I appreciate your concerns, Commissioner Ramsey, and Commissioner Garcia. You raised some very valid points. I just stress that no deadline, no project is worth somebody not coming home at the end of the day. And this policy may not be perfect, but we got to start somewhere. And there's enough latitude in the way we've laid this out so that if changes need to be made, we can make them before this item comes back in its final form to us. But, you know, you just think of that statistic again. 100 workers lose their lives on a job in Harris County every year. And in the state of Texas, 564 deaths statewide in 2023. And we could always get more input, and we should continue to do that. But I can tell you 564 people we won't hear from because they're dead. And so we got to start somewhere. And if it's imperfect, I'll do all I can working with all of you here to make those changes. But we got to start somewhere. So I proudly make the motion along with my colleague and hope that that's a second. Approve it as adopted.
County Attorney, is this legal? Everything in this document is legal?
Yeah, I want to say that we've been involved every step of the way. Neil Sarkar, who's here, has been working day and night on this, and the policy as currently drafted does not, cause any concerns for us. So,
Okay. Motion's been made by Ellis and Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 no. The item does pass. Thank you all very much.
Commissioner, just to verify, you said it's a motion by you, seconded by Commissioner Garcia?
Well, Ellis and Briones tried to do it together, if that'll work. Put an EB in there. And second by Commissioner Garcia. Is that all right?
Yeah, that works, Commissioner.
Yeah. Main thing is a 3 to pass it.
It passed.
If it's complicated, motion by Briones, second by Garcia. Let's just get it done. Okay, thank you. All right. The next item, Commissioner Briones, you wanted us to take up item 273. Do we need to go to executive session on it?
Mr. Fonbon, do we need to go to executive session for
wanted it before
273
11.
first? It's Harris County Civil Court at Law number 5.
I've only saw
only
one.
if you have discussion that you need to have.
I'm ready
up-
to
up
move
to you.
forward. I don't know, colleagues, do
Colleagues,
any of
y'all
you
wanna
need to go to
back
executive session?
on it?
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Ramsey? No, ready?
Tom, you okay? Okay.
Okay, so today, another reason why you should be proud to live in Harris County, we have the opportunity now to have a Harris County Civil Court at Law number 5. This is a new court, and I want to thank the Texas legislature for passing this court. We worked very collaboratively across the aisle to get this new court done. And as a former Harris County Civil Court at Law judge myself, this makes me incredibly happy that we have this new court. And it makes me so proud to make a motion in just a second to appoint currently Associate Judge, but soon to be future Judge Jermaine Thomas to be the new judge of this new court, Harris County Civil Court at Law number 5. And I also want to recognize our dear colleagues, Judge Jim Kovach and Judge Manpreet Monica Singh, who are here. Judge Thomas, would you like to come? But the bottom line is Judge Thomas embodies a fierce commitment to fairness, a fierce commitment to justice, he is one of the people I have seen on the bench that truly embodies everything you want to see in a judge. Somebody who is well-reasoned, who's thoughtful, who's prepared, who's smart, and who just, again, has a fierce, unwavering commitment to fairness and justice. And so it honors me today, and I'm so happy to see you. And I believe family members of the Thomas family are here. Could you please stand as well, because this is a family affair? And please join Judge Thomas. And I must say, Judge Thomas, that at your investiture to become an associate judge, that was the most powerful speech I have ever heard in my life. And we're lucky to have you on that bench. And I look forward to hopefully unanimously making this permanent for Court 5.
Thank you for your kind words, Commissioner Briones. And if I may, yes, sir. Good morning, commissioners, colleagues, friends, and members of our Harris County family. I am deeply honored and genuinely humbled to stand before you today as the first judge of Harris County Court at Law number 5. This is a moment I will never forget. First and foremost, I want to thank the Harris County Commissioners Court for your confidence in me and the trust you've placed in my ability to serve the people of Harris County. This appointment is not just a personal milestone. It represents an opportunity to expand access to justice and strengthen the foundation of fairness that Harris County courts are built upon. This opportunity means so much to me personally. I was born and raised in this community. I am a product of public housing, public schools, SNAP benefits, and a teenage mom. I am also the kid who grew up to be the lawyer for the owner of the public housing projects he once lived in. I am a proud graduate of Texas Southern University, where I was a Texas legislative intern and a South Texas College of Law graduate. In my 24 years of practice, I've seen firsthand the impact of our courts, the impact our courts can have on our people's lives. To now be entrusted with leading this new chapter in our justice system is both an incredible honor and an humbling experience. To my wife, first off, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mrs. Thomas.
Thank you for always being so loving and supportive. To my kids and my nieces and nephews, I pray this moment inspires you to dream big, to work hard, and to never give up. And to the rest of my family and friends, thank you for standing by me through every step of this journey. Your love, patience, and encouragement have carried me here today. To my fellow judges and the dedicated court staff of Harris County, especially Kayla Gomez and Sarah Gray, you inspire me. I've learned so much from your example, your work ethic, your compassion, and your commitment to justice. To my fifth floor family, thank you for making a place at the table for me. And when you thought the table wasn't big enough, you went to Commissioner's Court and the Texas Legislature to build a bigger table. I look forward to working alongside all of you as we continue to serve our community with integrity and with heart. As we begin the work of Harris County Court at Law number 5, I pledge to serve with fairness, respect, and humility. Every person who comes before this court deserves to be heard, to be treated with dignity, and to know that justice is being done. That will be the guiding principle of this court, and it will be my personal promise to Harris County. In closing, I cannot let this moment pass without paying respect to the memory of my mother, Yvette Marie Thomas, and to my mentor, Sylvester Turner, both of whom poured so much love into me. I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of another mentor, Mr. Barry Barnes. He was a personal and professional mentor to me. Thank you again for this tremendous honor and for believing in me. I'm ready to get to work and serve the people of Harris County. Thank you. I'm eternally grateful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you stay, please?
So I just want to say how proud I am. I'm so glad you mentioned late Mayor Sylvester Turner. I remember when I placed you in his office as an intern, he called up at the end of the session and said, "I'll help you raise the money if you promise you can get some more like this one." But you did a great job, and he'd be so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I also want to congratulate you. It was a pleasure visiting with you, and I loved hearing your story. The car washing was very, very powerful. And I, would hope that anybody who ever assumes public office would have had to step through life a little humbly. I think it helps one do their jobs better and to understand the perspective that people have in the community and why this work is so important. And I too appreciate you mentioning Mayor Turner and Bud, your mom. And I don't know what it means to grow up in a single family, but I know that for everyone I have ever known who has, there's an incredible burden and obligation that sit on those shoulders and on that heart. And you let us understand it a little bit today. So God bless your mama. I know she's proud of you. And it's very sweet that you would that this would happen on your wife's birthday. Let me just warn her a little bit that my wife's birthday is November the 4th. So there's been a few changes in her life. But all that to say, this is a family affair. And I think you have got some incredible wind, if you will, beneath your wings. And I know you will be a phenomenal judge. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey.
Judge Thomas, thank you for agreeing to serve.
Thank you.
Not everybody's willing to step up, but it's encouraging to see those that will. You've got a lot of fans out there.
Thank you, sir.
I've heard from most of them.
Tell them to keep talking to you, sir.
But it speaks well of you in terms of the broad perspective you bring to the court, the people that notice what a good job you do, the fairness that you will bring to the bench, your equal sensitivity to the victims. And it's a hard job. Not everybody's good cut out to do it, but I think you're just perfect to take that bench and serve the people of Harris County. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones.
So I'm so thrilled. I know there's two other judges. They're probably in docket, Judge Williams and Judge Lawton Evans. I want to thank them for their service, the Fifth Floor family, and my former bailiff, Deputy Valerie Jenkins. And to all the bailiffs, thank you for keeping the courts safe. So with that, there's three motions related to this item, and happy birthday, Mrs. Thomas. I'm sure this is a birthday you will always remember, and to your mom in heaven, Judge Thomas, I know she's looking down with immense pride.
Thank you.
So keep being keep up with the unwavering commitment to fairness and justice and integrity that you have always exhibited, and you're just such a phenomenal person and a phenomenal jurist, and we're honored that you're willing to serve in this new court.
It's my honor, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. And you must be so proud of your dad. So there's three motions that I'm beyond thrilled to make. Motion to appoint Associate Judge Jermaine Thomas as Judge of Harris County Civil Court at Law Number 5, effective December 4th, 2025.
Can we do them all together? We need them separately.
It's up to you.
Let's do them all. You can read them all. I think they're all going to pass unanimously.
Motion to direct the Office of County Administration to work with Human Resources and Talent and other relevant departments to complete all administrative requirements necessary to effectuate the appointment and motion to direct the Office of the County Engineer, in coordination with the Office of Management and Budget, Office of Court Management, the County Civil Courts at Law, the Office of County Administration, and other relevant departments to convene and finalize a permanent space for County Civil Court at Law number 4. I'm sorry, I'm used to saying 4 because that's my favorite number now, but I apologize. Although always help Court 4, Judge Singh. Pardon me. Let me start again. And finalize a permanent space plan for County Civil Court at Law number 5 no later than November 25th, 2025.
3 motions made by Commissioner Briones, 3 motions second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes and no nays. Congratulations. Item passes. Thank you. Let's go to consent agenda. Jay, you want to read the corrections? And no action reviews.
Let's see, the following items need minor changes due to errors or no action. Page 14, item 101, no action is needed. It's the broad legislative discussion item. Page 18, item 137, district courts have have requested no action on this item. Page 26, item 189, DEO has requested no action. Page 27, item 194, there's a correction. Remove in the additional amount of $10,130,000 and replace MWBE current participation 5.74% with MWBE current participation 5.16%. Page 27, item 195, correction. Remove in the additional amount of $9,100,000. Page 30, item 216, CJO has requested no action on this item. Page 31, item 226. There's a correction, replace in hotel occupation, in hotel occupancy tax, parentheses, hot, with in public art. Page 36, item 276, correction, add, I'm sorry. Oh,
Page 36,
okay, sorry.
item
Okay, page 30, item 222, request for approval to execute an interlocal agreement with the City of Houston for the management and operations of Keith Weiss location in Precinct 2. That's no action. Page 30, item 223, request for approval to execute an interlocal agreement with the City of Houston for the management and operations of Moody Park located in Precinct 2. That's no action. Item 36, I'm sorry, page 36, item 276, correction, add and FY27 after FY26. Page 42, item 322, Precinct 1 has requested no action on this item.
We're good. Colleagues, any others? Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear, 12 was not put on the no action list, right? Jesse?
I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
No,
12
it's
was
not.
12 was not one of the,
That's correct.
okay, thank you.
It's on the consent agenda if you
Yeah,
want.
yeah.
Is
Leave it on the-
No, it's on the
124,
it'll be on the discussion list, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
is 124 no action?
What is that?
No, it is not. That is, 124 should be, we can discuss that, Commissioner. Is that the
Oh, yeah.
the
No,
contract with ABHR?
Yes, the tourist, yeah.
So it's
It's
still
moving forward.
It is still on.
It's on the consent agenda. Okay. You want to run through the consent agenda?
One more, yeah, let me go through it, Commissioner.
And members, this is to see if you want to make any changes.
I guess before we get to that, you want to do should we do the executive session review, Commissioner?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So we've got a few items here to determine whether they need to go back. Page 34, item 264, that's a request by OCA for the appointment of Aresha Davwa.
I don't think we need to go back.
Okay. Page 34, item 265. Again, that's another appointment for that same committee
Precinct
or
one.
a different committee.
I don't have any questions. Everybody's okay?
Page 34, item 266, request by the OCA for an executive session for the reappointment of Christopher Valdez. Page 34, item 267, it's for the reappointment of Jennifer Mott.
No need.
Page 35, item 268, it is for the appointment of Lawrence Bell.
No need to go back.
Page 35, item 269, for the reappointment of Rupi Natarajan.
No need to go back.
Page 35, item 270, for the reappointment of Zion Escobar.
No need to go back.
Page 35, 271, for the for discussion and recommendation of Dr. Tu Minh Nguyen for the,
No.
nope, okay. Page 35, 272, yeah, we've already done that one. Page 35, 273, already done that one. Page 35, item 274. Unless you have any questions, we don't need to go back. Okay. Page 36, item 275.
That's good.
That is for the recommendation of Fatima Wajahat. Okay. Page 38, 295. Request for the Fire Marshal's Office for an executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code.
Does she need to go back? She
Yes.
wants to go back.
You want to go back?
Yeah.
Okay, that goes back.
Is that it?
Page 41, item 318 off the supplemental. It's an update on the O'Donnell and any from, yes,
we
regarding
should go
litigation
back
O'Donnell. You want to go back?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just to confirm, the appointments will be approved as presented,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, those are all of the items for executive session. And now we have the discussion items in review. So the following items have been, Commissioner, you want me to read them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. The following items need to go back, I'm sorry, are on the discussion end. Item 1, the request for discussion related to the strategic hiring policy.
Please.
I'm okay with it. You need to hold it. Yes, okay. Yeah, we need to discuss it. You need to discuss it, Commissioner Briones? I'm okay with it.
I'm fine moving it on consent if you know.
Okay. Commissioner Ramsey, did
Just
you
a
want to
quick
discuss it?
comment. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Okay, let's
We'll
keep it
discuss
then.
So stay on discussion for 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item 2, the discussion or approval of updates to some court rules.
Commissioner Ramsey?
I'm good.
I'm fine with consent.
Okay. Did you say you good with it, Commissioner?
I'm fine with consent
Yeah, I'm
personally.
good.
Item 4 is we've already done that. Item 12, I'm sorry, I didn't see 3 on there. Apologies. Item 3, from OCA, request to consider and adopt an order, provide required notices to establish hearing date of
We need to
November
talk.
20.
We need to talk, you said? Okay.
Item 4 from OCA, request for consideration of potential approval. Yep. All right. Item 12, from the county engineer, plan to use artificial intelligence.
Yes, we need to discuss.
Okay. Item 14,
Jay, on item 4 and to the court, and I think there was a fiscal note that was added very late, and so I think we're okay to discuss that, but I'd ask that the court, our recommendation would the court not take fiscal action on it because that there was no fiscal note provided until yesterday.
Commissioner Ramsey, you still want to talk about it? Or
Well,
just
on
wait
item
until
12.
it comes back with a fiscal note?
On item 4,
Yes, sir.
12.
5.
12.
Page 12, item 5.
okay.
Item
Just
12.
a couple of comments.
Okay.
Okay. Page 14, item 92 from flood control. This is an ILA with Geotechnical Research Institute.
Please.
Okay. Page 14, item 100 from Hectra, the retainage reduction.
We'll discuss it.
Good.
This was pulled by Commissioner Garcia.
No, discussion. Keep it on discussion.
Okay. Page 14, item 107. This is the Harris County Public Facility Corporation.
Yes, we need to discuss, please.
Page 14, item 109. This is the 13.8 CDBG mitigation.
Yes.
Page 15, item 112, Veterans Services.
Commissioner
Please,
Briones?
please.
Page 17, item 132, probate courts.
Yes, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136.
Okay. Page 24, item 175 from purchasing. This is the renewal of A1, add a staff, et cetera.
Commissioner Ramsey, you vote. Okay.
Page 24, item 177.
Yes.
Page 31, item 228.
Yes, please.
Page 31, item 234.
Yes, please.
Page 32, item 245. It's transmittal of the county engineer's
Commissioner
subdivision
Briones?
drainage.
That's you, Commissioner Briones.
Yes, please.
Okay. Page 32, item 248.
Yes.
Page 36, item 276.
Yes.
Page 41, item 317.
Yes.
Please.
Page 42, item 320.
Yes.
Page 42, item 324.
Yes.
Yes.
Page 42.
I did no action on that one. Yeah, no
Yeah,
action.
there's no action on 324?
Yeah. 322.
322.
322, Commissioner Ramsey. No action on it. I pulled it.
On 322, right? Sorry.
I'm sorry, 322, no action?
324 is on discussion? Is that right? No, 322 had no action. I think 324 still has.
Yes.
Okay. 325
Yes.
and 326.
Yes.
Any additions?
There's also a series of resolutions that will be taken out of order at that time for discussion. So it's page 42, item 320, page 42, item 328, page 42, item 329, page 42, item 330, page 42, item 331, page 43, item 332.
And I know that Commissioner Briones leaves at 5:30. I leave at 5:45. I think we have the time to get to all of them. If somebody wants to vote no on them, can we take them up sooner?
We do have some items that are for a vote only, no discussion. Do you want to do those and then do the consent?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Ramsey, I think you flagged certain items that you were okay with taking a vote on with just no discussion. Page 17, item 132 on the probate courts.
17.
Yeah, that was 132, 133, 134, 135, 136. Those were the items that you said.
Those were, it's the same issue, I guess is my point.
Okay, so you just vote on them? Because I'll just make the
We're
motion.
just going to need to vote. I mean,
Okay,
let
I'll
me
move
get
them.
to-
And Commissioner Garcia seconds them. All those in favor, vote aye.
The reason I'm opposed to those, to me, that's a bonus. I don't think we're allowed to do that. But it's a creative interpretation of the law, I guess, in terms of creating bonus. But I vote no on all of those.
Okay.
And just for sake of the record, Mr. Von Bond, do you have any legal concerns with these items?
I don't think we've had a chance to review these, so it's up to the court.
We haven't reviewed them.
Can we bring them back, please, on December 11th?
No action.
Okay.
So that's 132, 133, 134, 135, and 136, correct?
Correct.
No action.
So no action on those items. Okay. Item 177, it's a purchasing item.
Is that one you just want to vote on, Commissioner Ramsey? 177?
177?
Yes, sir. On page 24. R.C. Warner Consulting.
Let's just vote.
I'll move it. Commissioner Garcia seconds it. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote nay.
No.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. It passes. What's the next one?
I think those are all the other items. I think, so there are 3 items that are not on the discussion list, but I think need a direct motion.
Okay. Which 3?
Page 16, item 122, it's a request for discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of the Harris County Employee Active Threat Emergency Notification and Response Policy.
I'll move it. Commissioner Garcia seconds it. All in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote nay. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
As presented.
As presented. Next one.
It is, I guess, page 36, item 278 is a request by the Office of Management and Budget for discussion and possible action to provide a monthly update on its outstanding balance of accounts receivable for federal grants to ensure compliance with the recommended cap of $100 million.
That's no action, Jay.
There's no action? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then, no action then. All right. So then, just a consent agenda.
Is that a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote nay. 4 ayes, no nays. It passes. Okay, we'll go back. Jay, we made those changes. I'm gonna mess it up. So what's our first item?
I think our item is, first item is number 1.
And Commissioner Briones, you pull that one. I pulled mine. Pull off.
I did, and I think Commissioner Ramsey has a comment too. But before I ask my questions, Interim County Administrator Dickerman, would you please update us on the recommendation, please?
Yeah, do we have that, Tiffany, is there, do we have that, the presentation?
Yes, let me pull it up.
Thank you. Okay, so Daniel and I will tag team on this. Can we go to the next slide, please? So we've been sort of teasing this one for the last couple of courts. This is the first time coming back with numbers on the hiring freeze / strategic hiring initiative. We've organized this into 3 separate categories. The first represents the currently frozen positions, and just context. I think folks know that court asked for this program to save essentially $25 million over the course of the fiscal year. And so then we've cut that into 3 pieces. One, the currently frozen positions. So $16 million is what we currently have in terms of frozen. We don't, we'll accrue those funds over the course of the year by not filling those positions. So as we've done up there, we're showing you in, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, what the expectation is. I think, Daniel and I both hope to end this program as soon as possible, so that offices, departments have a chance to do the hiring that they need. The second category is positions that court exempted either by classification or individually. Those positions, departments can hire, but where they haven't hired yet, where there's vacancy savings, the policy allows budget to sweep those savings. And as you can see, we start over the first half of the year about 3.2 million a quarter, going down to 2.8 in the second half of the year. That's about 141 positions. And then,
And just to be crystal clear, they're completely at liberty to hire for those positions. They just simply haven't hired someone, correct? Okay.
Correct. Those positions are unfrozen, but while they remain open, they'll accrue vacancy savings that we think should go towards the countywide savings that court directed, not just back to those departments to sort of do what they will. And then finally, there's an attrition calculation here. I think we saw already in the first couple of pay periods separations, I think 50 separations in the first 2 pay periods. And so looking at what we've done in the past, where positions have been opened, assuming some of those get refilled, but we continue to see people leaving the county, those positions being open for some period of time before they're hired. The policy says that if someone leaves, that position does become frozen. We are anticipating that many of the positions that will become open, departments will come to court. Departments are coming to court every time asking for positions to be unfrozen. And, we do anticipate some of those court saying yes to some of those positions. And so as you can see, we think sometime in the third quarter, we'll have hit that $25 million number and we'll be able to end this program. But the more exemptions that court agrees to, the longer that's going to take. So I don't know if Daniel, if you've got anything to add there.
No, we're trying to make this as painless as possible and have this end as quickly as our financial situation allows. And so we'll be checking in again after we do first quarter projections in January, and then again in April when we present the quarterly projections. If the picture looks better than what we'd initially anticipated, this is kind of our first due in terms of getting this lifted. Again, I think I'm starting to hear whispers about folks asking for supplementals in the near future. Essentially what we would do is we would continue the hiring freeze would be our mechanism in terms of getting to balance.
So thank you for these updates, and thank you for being so thoughtful as we crafted the operating procedure and now as we're implementing. So I really appreciate these numbers. For today's agenda, I see that there were 26 requests submitted and 18 recommended for approval. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And these are from pretrial services and resources for children and adults, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The resources for children and adults, these are positions that are contracted with the ISDs. The ISDs will end up paying for half of the cost of those positions. So we'll front that cost and then they will pay us back. We previously were under contract with the ISDs, so we thought that and in talking to Joel, Director Levine, these are positions the ISDs really need and they are paying for and they've planned around. For pretrial services, the court has made a lot of investments to move people through the system. In talking to Director Michaelides, we think these are really important positions for her to continue her work. She is making sacrifices as well. She has a number of open positions, and what we've talked to her about is, leaving a certain number of positions open as much as she can. We'll continually revisit with her. We did not approve all of the positions she asked for, but we're in direct communication with pretrial, and I think we're comfortable with the recommendation.
And I'm comfortable. I wanted to make sure for the record you were explaining the rationale, because very much is a facts and circumstances, make your case. We're being thoughtful and fair, and I'm very supportive of these supports for resources of children and adults in pretrial services. My next question, also for level setting clarity purposes, is our approved by court SOP for this strategic hiring does give OCA the authority to grant exceptions for urgent needs without coming to court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, thank you.
I'd like to make one more point, Commissioner. Some of the positions that we did not recommend, right, were things around budget and financial services positions in some of these departments. And so for admin positions. So as other departments look and ask for exemptions, we're really trying to draw the line on those administrative positions, especially things that have direct impact to services. I think we're recommending when needed, but administrative positions, we're going to try to hold a much harder line on.
And we are trying to, we do give the departments multiple kind of bites of the apple to come and explain to us. For example, one of the resources for children and adult position is the Hay Center. That went back and forth, really explaining what role they have in the Hay Center. Court has invested tens of millions of dollars in the Hay Center. It would be a shame to have it empty. So
Agreed.
We felt that was important. So we are doing our best to align with the investments that court has made in other areas and make sure that we can deliver on what we promised in the budget.
I agree 100% and appreciate how thoughtful and strategic and disciplined you're being as you implement this. So I will be supporting number one.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, quick question. Good job in terms of managing this initiative. I'll call it an initiative. You had a $25 million savings is what you need to meet the budget. Looks like you're projecting 37. And as you go through quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, you'll be projecting. So at some point, as you say, you can probably project that we can finish and do not necessarily have to come to court every time. the level of analysis y'all do, at some point, do you foresee needing to come to court if you're not clear on whether we should cut 11 positions or 15 positions? If there's merit, if you need the court to help participate in that, I assume you would.
Yes, sir.
So these are pretty clear and obvious that 11, approval of 10 out of 17 for, in one case, and 8 out of 11 for another. That was pretty clear in what you should do.
And I would argue that those positions probably should have been included in that initial round of exemptions. For the resources for children and adults, they were positions that are partially funded by other sources, which the policy makes an exemption for. And then on the pretrial services, it's really, and it was really our bad. The pretrial services has kind of essentially split their functions between case managers and case workers, officers. Functionally, they're the same. They're very similar in class and are achieving the same goal, which is keeping people out of jail by using the electronic monitoring. So we think both of those would have passed, would have been included in the initial policy, except for.
It's refreshing to get an update and not ask for it. So thank you.
Well, please move number 1 as presented.
Commissioner Garcia, you have a...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, just real quickly, Jesse, thank you for your work on this and Daniel as well. I do ask the directors that, continue to work with us. I appreciate what everybody's doing with what we have all had to use or work with in this particular budget season. But I do ask OCA and budget to not have a 10-ear to some of these needs. Cybersecurity gives me a few standing hairs on my neck. So just continue to be thoughtful with particular areas of work that are critical to us all. And if there's, some urgent need, I hope that you will just listen to the directors beyond, it's not the time to submit, and continue to hear how those needs may impact us all.
Yeah, Commissioner, we absolutely, and we are going to have extensive conversations when a department needs something. It's not a one and done conversation. It's an open dialogue.
Thank you. Is that motion?
Yes, so moved.
As presented. Motion made by Commissioner Brianna, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Jay, next I have item 3.
Correct.
Commissioner Ramsey, you pull that one.
Yeah, quickly, this is a lot of work in terms of getting all these precincts reorganized, identifying chairs, who's going to sit in these particular positions. Precinct 1 had 25 election precincts impacted, Precinct 2, 29, Precinct 3, 22, Precinct 4, 29. I'll just say there's probably, from what I can tell, just in my area, roughly half the precinct chairs are not filled. So these deadlines of December the 8th, I just wonder if there's any flexibility on those deadlines to give, maybe into January, to give them time to fill some of those positions.
And Commissioner, the challenge is the redistricting that just happened this year and making sure that our precinct lines are in line with the new congressional maps, and they have to be essentially in effect on January 1st. But I know that we are planning to work with the parties as part of this process, and there can be some tweaks made to the maps to make sure that their issues are being considered.
Jonathan, any help, any relief?
We'll try our best, yeah.
Get to December the 8th, because it's kind of hard to file for something.
Yeah.
If you're not sure what the precinct lines are, what the
That's right.
lines are. But
Yeah.
any kind of help to the parties in trying to get these fills will be.
We'll do our best, Commissioner.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll move on the item.
Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 4 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Next one I have is page 3, item 12. Commissioner Ramsey. AI, software improvements. This is
Yeah,
one
if
with
I could
Jason.
if I could take this item with item 324, which item 324 is a discussion, possible action on implementing metrics in our permitting division. Are we, item 12, we're taking no action, is that it today?
Yes, sir.
No, so what we'd ask. Sorry, Commissioner? Yeah, what we'd ask is that, I know Chief Peña's here, talked to it, that the item was fine, the item had a late fiscal note that we haven't had a chance to consider. And so I think we're asking engineering, can we remove the fiscal note but still move forward with the item? And if engineering is okay with that, then that would be our recommendation.
And we could work with them if there's a funding need to see what it could potentially come out of.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Chief. I call you Chief.
Yes, sir.
Old habits are hard to get out of. But under item 12, this is request for discussion possible action on plan to use artificial intelligence, AI, and other software improvements to make permitting process faster, more accurate, and easier. A few comments related to that item. Is Universal Services, have they been involved?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're collaborating with Universal Services on every aspect of this.
So they've been fully involved at this point on this?
No, this is, again, the conversation is, we are collaborating with Universal Services. We haven't fully implemented the assessment needed, and this is part of the whole plan that we're delivering and we have a presentation if you'd like.
Okay, well, obviously, I think that would be important as you recognized. The impact on the permitting process in terms of making it better. My item 324 had to do with improving our time in terms of permits we're getting out. For example, driveway permits in TxDOT. I think Mr. Alvis is properly running around town bragging on how quickly you can do a driveway permit.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to run around town bragging on how quickly we're getting some of our permitting. I know we've got some issues within that, and I know you're focused on it. The overall cost of the software in item 12, that's that fiscal item we're going to come back to, but can you tell me today what that is?
Yes, sir. So we're basing our estimate on what the city of Austin is using. They had a $1 million initial implementation fee for programming and licensing, and we're anticipating a similar startup fee for our purposes.
Have you looked at the permitting metrics, timing in Austin? So they're doing an A double plus. It's extraordinary how well they're doing, kind of a deal, or what?
Yes, sir. We did look at what they're doing. Dr. Etienne will speak a little bit more in depth about that. But right now, what their main focus is on an automated pre-screening, right, for the permits, which will allow the applicant to know if there are any discrepancies in those permits before it goes to an actual reviewer. So that's what they're focusing on right now. We're recommending, the initial phases for our implementation of AI to focus on similar aspects.
But again, their permitting times, how long it takes for them to issue permits in terms of what counties typically do, you're saying they're doing an extraordinary job?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Dr. Mike Etienne. I'm the new Chief of Planning and Development Services for OCE. So the City of Austin, the permitting time for them right now is about 20 days. So from what I understand, the use of AI software has reduced their review time by 50%.
So it's reduced it, and we're saying 20 is great? Do we know that? I say that that's really a part of 12, and part of what I want to point out today, do your homework in terms of what is an A plus, is 20 an A plus, or is 5 days an A plus? Mm-hmm. So they may be at 20, and they may be half of what they used to be, but it still may not be necessarily great, and I would even say that about us. So a couple of things to note. If we just simply updated our current visual interface of e-permits, that hadn't changed in 15 years. That's not AI. That's just, to me, that's low-hanging fruit. It's easy. So before you move into the next level of fixing, maybe if we could just update the visual interface, modernize the external-facing components to make it easier, make it more user-friendly. It's kind of complicated at this point. That's the feedback I'm getting. Mobile capability across devices, I think, is important. I'll send you this, Doctor, in terms of some of these comments, but the SMS notifications for real time. So again, I'm glad that there is a recognition that we need to improve the timelines on it. My item 324 is permitting is the most common complaint I get in my precinct. And I don't know if y'all getting calls like I'm getting calls. So knowing that's the number one complaint from Commissioners Court, I would hope it'd be somewhere around the number one thing y'all are working on to get that. Because if we can't process permits, businesses shut down. It impacts some people. Some people weren't able even to move forward with their business. So I would appreciate to understand where we're going with these improvements. Correct. Simply saying the permitting is taking this, mention the categories, is taking this much time today, and with these improvements, we're going to get to this level. So define the expectations for court so that when we get those permitting calls, we can say, oh, you hadn't seen anything yet. We're fixing to really get this improved. So the specifics, I think, matter, would be, in general, what I would say about this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if I may, Commissioner, first of all, Sam Pena, I'm with the Office of County Engineering, here on behalf of Dr. Rahman. And Dr. Etienne introduced himself. He's our new Chief of Planning and Development Services. And we do have a short presentation, just a few minutes, to discuss the AI aspect. Commissioner, you brought up some good points. I did have a conversation with one of your staff members this morning specifically about those items, and we provided a response to them. We understand that the pinch points, right? But I'd like to take just a few minutes to discuss the AI, but to do it in a broader permitting improvement context, because this was one of the asks that was as part of some deliverables that Commissioners Court required back in September. So if we can, next slide, please. Just next, right here. This is just the background. These were the motions that were required of us by Commissioners Court back in September. Improve or adopt the new fee that was approved, and to do so, to have it go live by October 1st. The second one was the AI plan, to come back to Commissioners Court with a plan and discussion on AI and technology use. The third one was to come back in a year for the next phase in the fee increase and have a discussion before that is implemented. The fourth item was to establish quarterly working groups with stakeholders. The fifth item was to do an interdepartment integration to focus on a public-facing dashboard, right? So we're working with public health, flood control, going to reach out to the Fire Marshal's office to, again, incorporate one public-facing dashboard. And the sixth item that was required was to determine a penalty, right? Next slide, please. So what I can say is, bottom line, we are on track on the deliverables. The fee went live October 1st. It's working as designed. We haven't had any issues with the collection of the fees and that aspect of it. The second aspect was the AI, and Dr. Etienne will flesh this out a little bit more. But again, this is going to be essentially an automated completeness screening for the permits before it goes to a person to do the actual review. We're hoping that it cuts down in the number of times that we go back and forth with the applicant to ensure that it's complete, the application is complete before we review it. The next one is
and my eyesight is failing me, quarterly working groups. So the quarterly, that's on track. We met in October for the first time. The discussion on that was the Plat Delegation Authority. There wasn't much consensus on that. So we are taking it off the burner for now, but we are looking internally at other process improvements that we can do to shorten the time that we handle those plats. And the next one is the public-facing dashboard. That is live now. It is with your offices for feedback. And we have established the KPIs, Commissioner, to your point. What are we measuring? We worked with industry, the Greater Houston GHBA, Builders Association. In the run-up to the fee adjustment, they required certain performance metrics in order for them to support any increase. We established those as KPIs that we're tracking on the dashboard, which is live. And I have some screenshots later if you'd like to see them. And I can say that we are, to this point, in the time that we've been tracking, we are tracking the 90th percentile now. We're no longer presenting averages to you all or on the dashboard. It's the 90th percentile on our performance. And I can safely say that this reporting period, we are meeting the expectations and the deliverables that industry has said are important to them, those KPIs. We'd like to maintain those for at least a year to adjust and incorporate any seasonality in demand, right? Sometimes, depending on the time of year, we may get more permits that will impact our performance. So we want to make sure that we're presenting to Commissioners Court a true picture of the permitting department's performance before we claim success on that. Again, we are working with other stakeholders to incorporate their metrics into this dashboard, and that's forthcoming. We anticipate Q1 to be when everybody is incorporated into this dashboard. And the last one is the penalty framework. The quarterly groups will be meeting to discuss items. This is next on the agenda to flesh out what a penalty would look like, who would be impacted by that, and how it's going to work. So I'm going to defer now to Dr. Etienne to talk a little bit more about the AI aspect, and then we'll come back for additional questions.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning again, Commissioners. So again, I'm new to the county. I was a deputy city manager, assistant city manager over planning, development, economic development. So, and I'm delighted to be here. I have to say that, Commissioner Ramsey, you are correct. Permits is always a number one issue in communities. How fast can we process permits, building permits? And I can tell you that that's the top priority for me with OCE. That's the top priority. In fact, I am doing currently a deep dive or an autopsy on every permit type to see how we can be more efficient, how we can do it faster. So a friend of mine said, Mike, you need to do an autopsy. And I think that was Commissioner Garcia. So I am doing an autopsy on every permit type to see how we can do it faster. So with regards to AI, Commissioners, you know that AI is an emerging technology. Everywhere you go now, everyone's talking about AI. Every commercial is about AI. Harris County is growing very fast. We are growing at about 100,000 residents per year. So we think using AI could help speed up the permitting process, which will ultimately help meet the housing demand and economic development. So OCE's plan is to use AI ultimately to make sure our permit process is faster, is accurate, and is easy for the public to use. So our plan consists of 4 key steps. So step 1, Commissioner, is to conduct an assessment of the current permitting platforms that we have. Like you said, Commissioner, our e-permits could be improved. So we are looking at the e-permit software that we have to make it more user-friendly, better interfacing with the public. So we are looking at that. So we are working with US to conduct that autopsy, to do a complete assessment of our technology, our infrastructure before we deploy any AI software. We have to be ready for AI. So that's the very first step. So the second step that we did, commissioners, is to conduct best practice research. We want to see what are the other cities or counties doing. What are they doing? So what we found is that LA County and the city of Austin were the leaders in the use of AI for permitting. Those two localities were the main ones. So we traveled to Austin, met with their staff to better understand how they are using their AI. So they have a software called eCheck, and that software essentially is used to do pre-check. It pre-checks the building plan and says, does it pass or fail? If the plan is good per the AI, then it goes to a human or plan reviewer to review. So there is a misconception that AI will eliminate staff positions. And the answer is no, currently. Currently, localities like Austin, they're using AI for pre-check, to pre-check the building plan. It's like a spell check. And then it goes to a human, like a plan reviewer, to review it. So the plan reviewers will always be there. So it's just pre-check. So the third step is to conduct the site visits. And again, we did the site visits. We met with Austin staff. And Austin has a budget. It's funded by the city of Austin. And their budget is $1 million per year for 5 years. So the total budget is $5 million. And it's a pilot for 5 years. And our next step, our final step, is to collaborate with US Universal Services to essentially come up with or identify a pilot of a recognized software. We want to pilot a recognized AI software in partnership with US. So that is our plan in terms of how we want to deploy the AI. We do not have a specific budget yet. Again, like as Chief Pena mentioned, the budget that we are looking at is what Austin spent. So they spent about $1 million for startup, and then $1 million for the subsequent years. Did I miss anything?
I think you're good. Commissioner, so that's the AI aspect. We are looking at some of the other things that you had mentioned, the public-facing software, right, and the ease of use. Staff is right now, again, collaborating with US and developing. They're in development of an app that is mobile-friendly, that folks will be able to go on there and track their permit, the status of their permits, and provide information on those types of topics. But it's a work in progress. We know we're behind the ball. The e-permits is what we want to bolt this AI component onto, but we need to ensure, as Dr. Etienne mentioned, that US does an assessment to ensure that we're not creating a sort of Frankenstein when we bring in additional software onto an existing platform. So we have to be ready to receive it. That assessment is foundational to moving forward with any AI software that we would implement.
Commissioner Garcia. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Briones?
Yes, thank you. First of all, Chief Pena, thank you. And Dr. Etienne, welcome to Harris County. We're lucky to have you, happy to have you. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Ramsey's comments from earlier. Mm-hmm. It is one of the largest pain points in this county is our permitting process, and I would also say the platting process. And we get calls daily with complaints. And to me, it bothers me so much, not only because I hate inefficiency and wasting time and lack patience, but more importantly, because all that time costs homeowners more. Ultimately, it costs businesses more, and we need to up our game. And it seems like we all have alignment on that. So I would ask that I recognize it's a pilot, but also considering the plat requests as well, given the amount of growth in Harris County, and Precinct 4 has approximately 60% of the plat requests. So we get a lot of calls, and I want to thank Dan Demetrician and Ray Guerra and so many of my team members who help field them. But my question to you, I'm sorry if I missed it, but what year in the pilot process are Austin and LA?
They are in their Austin is in their first year of the implementation.
What about LA?
LA?
LA is in their second year.
Okay, and what data? So Doctor, you'll hear me say this over and over. I'm a both and type of person. I both want us to be the most efficient and the most excellent. So accuracy is a fundamental importance and a non-negotiable. So do we have any data on the pilots from LA with regard to accuracy as well?
Not at this time. We met with the LA staff, and they are still gathering data. And again, LA's AI was developed in response to the fires. So I believe they had 7,000 houses or structures burnt. So they moved forward with AI to help rebuild the communities that they lost. So, but at this time, they do not have specific data yet.
Okay. Well, I ask, please, first of all, and I know we had talked about this, please make sure that when you bring something to court, we have a fiscal note and go through the proper channels and processes so that we're working as a team, as a county. Universal services, I'm happy that you're talking now, but I want us to be truly building on those synergies and working together from the outset. So I'm happy that now that's the case, but we're one team, right? And so I want to do something. Let's go big. Let's do it right from the outset. And I know Chief Christensen has used AI amazingly and in her wonderful fire marshal's office. And so I please ask that she be a key partner. And so I look forward to making this happen, and please just do it because we need to be excellent. And again, I want us to be leading for all the right reasons. So thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor and Chief. Thank you for your work. Dr. Rahman as well. I hope he's on the mend quickly. But I'm excited about the progress that we're making on this. And this is a pilot project. We had the opportunity to invest on a study. I think the study probably would have come out more expensive than what the pilot could be. And but just to say that the success that others are demonstrating, I just want that to be the floor. I want us to really knock this out of the park. And then also, let me also just restate that permitting is the number one complaint I get. However, the complaints are for the city of Houston. They are not from the county necessarily. I don't get them anywhere near at the level I get from the city of Houston. So this is an opportunity because Mayor Turner and I had talked about the possibility of merging permitting. Obviously, at the time when I spoke with Dr. Rahman about the possibility of that, it would have, he'd have done it. It wouldn't have been a welcomed ask. But when you have things like AI as a conduit to the process, I think it makes the idea of it better. And then, albeit we don't have near the amount of regulations that the city of Houston has to contend with, but by the same token, we get this right. The idea of merging the business of the city and the county together, I think, makes it much more realistic and achievable and less painless. Right. So I appreciate the work that y'all are continuing to do. And let's just move this forward. Let me know what I need to do to help with the fiscal note aspect of this. But I do not want to delay the progress that we're making. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Was it LA City or LA County you were referencing?
LA County.
LA County? Yes. And how much did they spend again on their pilot? I know they're double our size.
They were 12 million.
And I guess I'm thinking.
And I would say the 12 million, Commissioner, came from the private sector. It was a foundation. It was Governor Newsom's foundation, and Amazon paid for it, 12 million.
I'm just wondering if the million is enough.
Commissioner,
all
the million,
you thought you could get.
Yeah, the million, again, we're basing it on what Austin has. We know that that there's more demand here in Harris County. It's a bigger program. But we're estimating just the startup cost to be that initial $1 million. Yes, sir.
But Commissioners, I think it's just an estimate of what they're going to need. We don't think there's a need today for dollars in the department to move this forward.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, just one final comment. The objective has to do with issuing permits to the business community, the constituents of folks out there. It isn't necessarily to make our jobs easier. I know that's not what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
I just want to be real clear. The objective is to make our service better. Nothing is more frustrating to me than to pick a business, and I get a recording, I get an AI something, and they take me off into the twilight zone and I never get back. So just be sure that at some point there's an off-ramp to a real person in our AI initiative. Certainly it can save time, we can be smart about it, but just be sure that we don't make it even more frustrating for the people that are trying to just simply go out there and build something.
Yes, sir. And we understand, commissioners, that how important this is to you all. We understand how important it is to economic development. We understand that this is a priority for everybody. It is certainly a priority for Dr. Rahman and his team. We are making progress in the right direction, Commissioner Ramsey, and we're taking the considerations, commissioners, from industry as far as what they are expecting in terms of our deliverables. We're incorporating those. We're having meetings with your staff, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Ellis, and Commissioner Briones, as well as certainly Commissioner Ramsey. Your staff is not shy about reaching out to us, and that's what we need, right? We need that feedback to ensure that we're hitting the mark. We're happy to report that we're moving in the right direction. We're meeting the expectations that industry right now says are important, the KPIs that they say are important to them. But again, we've only tracked a short amount of time. We want to come back to you all, maybe when we do the review for the next fee adjustment, and give you a comprehensive report about what the performance has been over the last year. And we expect, with the focus that we have right now, that it's going to be positive news.
Any objection to the unanimous consent to continue discussion on this item? Hearing none, it continues.
Good deal.
Got that? So one quick question. It is interesting, the two bigger economic development projects in our region have been slightly outside the city of Houston, NVIDIA and Eli Lilly. Are you having any discussions with the city? I mean, obviously they have an interest in it as well.
No, I have not.
So you might want to reach out. So at least if we're going to spend $1 million, there might be some synergy. I know there are fiscal problems, but there might be some synergy. But because it is interesting, those two biggest ones that we know about, there may be others, happen to have picked areas right outside the city because the city's here, obviously. I mean, that's the big draw, but in incorporated Harris County. What's the motion that you need?
Real quick, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
I did want to make this point. Daniel and Jesse, as you work on the fiscal note aspect of this, I want to make sure that my selfishness in this is two things. One, that we make the permitting process much more seamless for industry, for everybody applying, whether they're putting in a carport or whether they're building something, a complicated project. Secondly, is that the faster the permitting process gets, ultimately, and especially for development jobs like Eli, it comes, the goal is the occupancy permit. Once that occupancy permit is let, government gets to collect more property taxes. And so at the end of the day, whatever investment we're making into this will pay for itself. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind. It's not just a project that we want to achieve, but I want to make sure that we're understanding that there is a real big end goal at the end of the line on this, and especially with the budget that we're potentially facing. We have an opportunity to make things a lot more easier for us by supporting engineering on this.
We're ready to support.
Do reach out to the city, because it's most of the complaints we get, at least the two of us over here, are for in the city. So there might be some synergism there, or they could benefit from what we're doing, even if they don't put any money in on it.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your motion? You gonna make it? No money? No, with no money. Okay. Motion made
Second.
by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. Any objection? Hearing none, it passes. Commissioner
For,
Ramsey,
is that for
did you have-
12 and 324?
I'm going to ask him, did you have a motion on yours?
No, there's no motion on mine.
Okay, on 12.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much. The next one,
Commissioner, I'm sorry, real quick. I just want to clarify for the record, 277 is still, considered no action. And then if, reminder that item 327, Clerk Hudspeth wants to speak after 2 o'clock on the canvas of the November 4th election,
yes.
because it just wasn't put on there, so I wanted to verify.
Okay. So do we want to do that now? Is the clerk ready?
No, after 2 o'clock.
Okay, after 2 o'clock. Okay, Jay, the next one that I have is flood control item 92. Is that right? Am I skipping?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Ramsey, you pull that one, I think.
Yeah, my question, I see the director back there, but this is a $350,000 assignment to provide services in support of implementation of resilience programs and policies for flood control. My question, Director, is how is this connected to the flood resilience plan when recommendations from won't be provided until 2027?
So, good morning or good afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is. My name is Tina Peterson, and I'm here with Priya Zachariah, who is the Chief Resilience Officer for the Flood Control District. So, Commissioner Ramsey, that's a great question. This particular piece of work that is going to be completed is complementary to the Flood Resilience Plan, but it is not directly related. So, when I came on board at the Flood Control District, we stood up a flood resilience team with the focus to, number one, advance the flood resilience plan, but also stand up flood resilience activities at the Flood Control District. And under the strong direction of Priya, we are at a point where we are ready to go to the next level and begin to really advance the work, not just of the flood resilience plan, but also other activities that the Flood Control District can be doing while the plan is under development. We don't want to wait until the plan is completed. There is ample opportunity. There is a lot of low-hanging fruit, a lot of pilot efforts that we can begin to look at to move forward. Really, the only connection I would say, Commissioner Ramsey, that this has to the flood resilience plan is, number one, helping us advance the work ahead of the plan, but also there is a potential that they could provide some outside perspective on some of the strategies that we at the Flood Control District will be developing. There are strategies that will go into the plan, but this will not be directly related to the work of the consultant who has that contract right now.
Is there a geotechnology element to this?
No,
Or is that just their name?
That is the official name of the Houston Area Research Center, actually.
And the process obviously this went through a selection process.
So because it's an interlocal agreement, there are special rules that govern that process that we worked with county attorney on. And, HARC and GTRI is really uniquely qualified to be able to provide this expertise. They've been working on resilience and sustainability efforts across the Gulf Coast. They're working on several efforts right now with the county, specifically related to some grants with USDA, which also provides a really unique perspective for us that we'd like to build off of.
Okay, I'll move on the item.
Thank you.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All those in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote no. The item passes.
Thanks, Director.
4-0. The next one is page 14, item 100, Hectra. Commissioner Ramsey.
Got that
The
one.
item one. Oh, is that you? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I had
Yeah.
precinct 3 down here.
On this particular item, I want to first thank Executive Director Roberto Trevino for his continued good work over at the Toll Road Authority. And this particular item caught my attention for a different reason, and I just want to thank him for helping me catch this. First of all, retainage is intended to safeguard owners on construction projects from substandard, incomplete, and defective work, and a portion of the payments due to contractors is consequently withheld. The withheld payment is known as retainage. The retained payments serve as two primary purposes. Incentivizing project completion, they create a strong financial incentive for contractors to complete projects to the required standards and on time, including addressing final punch list items. Secondly, ensuring financial security. They provide a financial cushion for project managers to remedy any defects or bring in other contractors to finish the work if the original contractor defaults. Texas laws governing retainage are primarily found in the Texas Government Codes. These statutes mandate specific requirements for withholding, securing, and releasing retainage funds and cannot be modified by contract. The statute reads that if the total value of a project of a public works contract is less than $5 million, a government entity may not withhold retainage in amount that exceeds 10% of the contract price, and the rate of retainage may not exceed 10% for any item in a bid schedule or schedule of values for the project, including materials and equipment delivered on site to be installed. Secondly, if the total value of a public works contract is $5 million or more, a governmental entity may not withhold retainage in an amount that exceeds 5% of the contract price, and the rate of retainage may not exceed 5% for any item in a bid schedule or schedule of values for the project, including materials and equipment delivered on site to be installed. So regarding retainage, contractors and subcontractors have expressed concerns that the retainage on their contracts is creating a financial burden, particularly for small vendors. These vendors have reported that withholding a portion of the payment has adversely affected their cash flow, making it challenging to pay their subcontractors and sustain operations. So that's why I'm excited that this item got put on the agenda. So I understand that retainage is intended to safeguard the county on construction projects from substandard, incomplete, and defective work. And let me say, I have dealt with a couple of these. There's the El Dorado project, which has been a pain in a particular area of my body, and I just can't wait for that thing to get done. And so I appreciate what we're doing to protect the county. But we also have legal remedies for that, as the county attorney is helping us sue some of these companies. So I understand that that retainage is intended to safeguard the county. However, there is an opportunity countywide to, number one, reduce retainage at a certain percentage of completion while still providing financial security to county projects. Number two, explore alternatives to withholding cash that would provide security to the county without severely impacting the contractor's cash flow. And so I have a motion that I think will help us, as Commissioner Briones does, do the both and. So my motion reads, to move that Harris County Commissioners Court direct the county administrator to work with the purchasing department, Harris County Engineering, Harris County Flood Control District, Harris County Toll Road Authority, Department of Economic Equity and Opportunity, and any other relevant county department to jointly develop, adopt, and implement a unified retainage and payment policy for inclusion in all construction projects. This policy shall align with HECTRA's current model, which includes, point one, a standard retainage rate of 5% for contracts equal to or exceeding $5 million and 10% for contracts below $5 million, in accordance with Texas Governmental Code Chapters 2252 and 2253. Point two, progressive and performance-based retainage reduction on qualifying projects, reducing retainage after determination of substantial completion are reached while maintaining owner protection and financial security. Point three, mandatory certification and documentation demonstrating prime contractors timely, within 10 days, payment to subcontractors after receipt of county payments promoting cash flow and financial health to small businesses and vendors. Fourth point, exploration and implementation of secure alternatives to cash retainage, such as bonds or interest-bearing accounts, where feasible, to further support contractor and vendor cash flow without diminishing project safe standards. The county administrator shall establish procedures to ensure consistent oversight and reporting across all departments, with initial policy adoption within 60 days and annual review thereafter. The purpose of this motion supports small businesses. That's where my eye is on this particular item. It also ensures compliance with state law. It reduces cash flow burdens, which is, besides permitting, the second most common complaint that I get from small businesses. And it provides consistent protection and expectations for vendors and the county. It directs engineering, flood control, and HECTRA to work together for a county-wide solution modeled on HECTRA's proven standards. So that would be my motion, and I think this is a great opportunity for the county to do more to help our small business and small vendors.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey, you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question, Commissioner. I appreciate the initiative trying to address an issue for those good contractors who are put in a financial bind due to these percentages. There are cases, though, however, that what happens if a project is in danger of liquidated damages? And we have projects that get into that position. We see it developing in terms of retainage. Will they be disqualified from early retainage? Because that's where you take the LDs out of, liquidated damages, you take that out of the retainage. So I think there ought to be an element in the policy. You're proposing today that they come up with a policy.
They come up with a policy, and your feedback would be valuable, Commissioner.
So that would be one of them. Obviously involved you said the purchasing and auditors to review the policy. So we're proposing we put one together.
Correct.
That has these elements.
Correct. And then bring it back to court, and then we'll review the policy and hopefully adopt it.
Okay, I second.
Motion made by Commissioner.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner, would you consider 60 days from right now? We've got a lot of holidays around the next 60 days.
Okay, 90 days.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
90 days.
Thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia. I think I seconded it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. For ayes and no nays, item
Thank you.
passes. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. The next one is item 107, and we all tagged that one. That's one that I put on the.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. Can we go back to 100? Did y'all want to make a motion to also approve the item?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have caught that too.
100, we didn't do that.
Yes, that was the item. There was Commissioner Garcia's motion was to a broader policy, but we need to approve the specific reduction from 5 to 3 that.
Commissioner Garcia makes a motion, and I'll second it. All those in favor, vote aye. Tom, you all right with that one? Okay, 4 ayes and no nays, item passes. Next is item 107, and we all pulled that one. I want to thank Janae Ledette on my staff, Janae Ledette Garland on my staff for the work she did on this. According to the State of Housing report from the Kent Institute, Harris County added roughly 15,000 new housing cost burden renters in 1 year alone. It is a tremendous problem. We can use PFCs as an equitable tool to create meaningful, affordable housing. What this item will do is simply direct the housing department to come back to us with a policy. I know our staffs have been working on it when we're trying to figure out, in part, who will sit on the board. My strong suggestion is that as many of us as possible under the statute sit on the board and have it meet the same day we meet. I don't think that many items that will come forward, but we want to know what's going on. With that, maybe I'll let you all do your presentation.
Thank you. Tal Costas, Housing and Community Development, and I have here with me Tori Gonzalez, Chief Program Officer, who has been helping us as the expert and guiding our court staff along with us to make this recommendation. So as part of our strategic goals and priorities, Harris County wants to create more affordable housing, and this is one critical tool that we have not utilized but is being used in our community. So our recommendation is that we adopt and create a PFC. Tori, if you want to add any more insight.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to thank all of your staff who have spent a lot of time and a lot of discussion as we've worked through a lot of the policy questions about PFC in Harris County. The resolution today really directs us to take the next step. The PFC doesn't formally get created until the Articles of Incorporation are filled out and submitted to the Secretary of State with the nominations for the initial directors. And I think we can stop there. It's a long day for everyone, and we can just take questions.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. First of all, Tal, thank you for your leadership. Tori, thank you for all the work that you're doing and for your leadership as well. And I'm very excited about this particular item. So to encourage continued movement forward, I move that Commissioners Court designates itself as the Board of Directors of Harris County Public Facility Corporation to be established under the direction of the Harris County Housing and Community Development Department. All meetings of the PFC Board shall be scheduled as a part of regular Commissioners Court sessions and publicly posted as agenda items in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. My second motion is I further move that Commissioners Court direct the Harris County Housing and Community Development Department to implement a quarterly reporting process of all activities related to Harris County Public Facility Corporation, including applicant developer name, project status, whether submitted, under review, approved, closed, project location and brief description, affordability breakdown, unit count by AMI level and affordability duration, summary of tenant protections or compliance requirements, estimated or actual property tax value, developer fees or revenues collected by the county, including one-time fees, ongoing payments, projected revenue over time, all planned wraparound services to be provided on site. And so I make these motions simply because I'm excited, and just like other things, we need to get this going. And so I hope that these motions will kind of set the stage for us to have a forward trajectory.
Commissioner, on the first motion, the second motion I think is fine. On the first motion, we have not, our office has been working with HCD on this as well. I think today, where the ask is really to really allow the creation of it and to come back with bylaws and a recommendation on the board nominations and the articles of incorporation. So if I could substitute, I think Commissioners Briones and Ellis have a motion one that we'd like to use, and the second motion that you've read, I think is appropriate. So if I can read the first motion, sure. And that's to direct the Housing and Community Development Department to return to Commissioners Court on December 11th, 2025, with the completed bylaws, board nominations, and articles of incorporation for the Harris County Public Facility Corporation for court approval.
And I'll second it. That's okay.
My question would be, we're going to have a discussion and I think there's already been conversation as to whether we're going to start to appoint people or not.
Correct.
I want to eliminate that just so that doesn't become the stopping point. We can figure that out a little later, but that was the purpose of that first motion. As we create the bylaws and all that, establish that Commissioners Court initially would be.
So we get that off the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Commissioner, I think we can revise your language to make sure that's telegraphed. So, and sorry, we're all doing this live as the language came in. So
good.
If you have it read, move to direct HCD to prepare governing documents, including articles of incorporation and bylaws for the PFC, which at a minimum enable Commissioners Court to designate itself as the board of directors of the PFC and the maximum possible alignment between meetings of the PFC board and Commissioners Court meetings in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. That way, we're not effectuating it today, but you've telegraphed. Correct.
And return to Commissioners Court on December 11, 2025.
So motion made by Briones, second by Garcia.
I think there's problems with having this body serve as the board for that. I guess that's part of it. I'm not interested at all in serving on the PFC. So if there's going to be a 4-1 vote to put me on the PFC board, then I guess I'll resign today.
Initially.
What does the
We're not
statute
appointing you.
require?
Yeah, we're not appointing you today.
Yeah, but you're saying you're sending the signal that this is where we're headed.
But they'll have to come back for a vote.
I'm sending a signal. I don't want to head.
That's fine too.
So if I might, what does the statute
friendly
require?
amendment.
What does the statute require, Tao? To do it? Does
Statute
this,
requirement.
yeah.
We are looking at a position.
You got to have X number of elected officials on it.
3 electeds
At a minimum.
at a minimum.
So for example, if somebody, i.e. Commissioner Ramsey, did not want to be, then in the bylaws, we could craft a framework so that he could then appoint, or the board could vote by majority or something like that. We can create options.
That sounds like a quorum.
Well, that's why we do it on the day we meet.
Yeah, that was the idea, to have the meetings during Commissioners Court.
Okay.
And it's also okay if it's a quorum of a separate body, because you would be establishing a quorum for that body.
Does that give you some comfort level, Commissioner Ramsey?
No.
Look, I was going to say, Commissioner Garcia, it'll only do 5 a year, so we might consider when that comes up, maybe doing an annual report, since they're only 5. Yeah, maybe more. But we'll cross that bridge when
Like
you
the
come back.
quarterly report because
we know.
it'll be a
Yeah.
thing in progress.
Okay, so a motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 nay who won't be on the board. The item passes. Okay, thank you.
The second motion?
And the second motion?
Second motion as read.
I'm sorry?
The second motion, are you saying to hold that until it comes back, or what were you saying?
No, the second motion is fine that Commissioner Garcia had made.
Okay. And you all right with doing it? Any problems with it, whether it's annual or quarterly?
No, we're
Okay,
good.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. You read it earlier. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Ellis. All those in favor vote aye.
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 All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good work on
Thank you.
this. The next item will be page 14, item 109. And Commissioner Ramsey, you pull that one. Request for an agreement, Office of County Engineer 13.8 community.
Yeah, just a question, I guess. This is request for approval of an agreement with the Office of County Engineer for $13,800,000 Community Development Block Grant funding for planning studies. One of these studies is going to be a master drainage plan. And I don't think flood control is involved in that master drainage plan. I just find that odd.
We'll have to talk to engineering about that.
I'm Erwin Burden, Harris County, Office of County Engineer. Actually, flood control is one of our partners. They're one of the, we set up a stakeholder group, which all the precincts are going to be part of. We did not invite them to the first one because the kickoff was with the precincts, because we were talking about the scope of each precinct. They'll be one of the funding partners, and I already have the person's name from flood control to be participating.
Well, the director didn't know about it, I guess. is
Okay,
the
well.
point. This is the kind of communication that needs to be vetted before this comes to court. To me, that's so obvious. It's the Harris County Flood Control District.
Right.
Not involved in the master drainage plan, even though it may be your intent to. That the number of master drainage plans that have been done in this county in the last 20 years has been at least 8. So all of them led by the Harris County Flood Control District. So I think there's clear benefit to y'all talking to each other on these grants and these scopes of services and who you involve going forward.
Yes, Commissioner. We actually are aware of the study they did with another grant, and we were going to expand off of that information. And that's why I've already been talking to the flood control district.
I'm saying the director didn't know,
Yes, sir.
and she pretty well keeps up with what her people does.
Well,
So you can argue with me or not.
I'm not
I think
arguing.
It's
I'm
a
just
real
saying,
good idea.
I have email traffic that actually show that contact, but
Okay.
So you all will talk.
yes.
Okay, good. Is that a motion?
So move.
I'll
Second.
second. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye, Garcia, second by Ellis.
And I couldn't agree more 100% with the comments with regard to collaboration, not only on this project, but generally as a county, seeing ourselves as one team and over communicating. Right now, we need to get to where we're collaborating actively, but the goal, if we over communicate, there's so many inherent synergies. And if we're all rowing in one direction, have that alignment, we'd be infinitely more effective. So please, we see this theme pop up often. Let's stop it. Thank you.
Good. All those in favor of us not flooding, vote aye.
Aye.
Vote no. All those in favor of the item, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. Item passes. I said those in favor of us not flooding. Next one is page 15, item 112. You pull that one, Commissioner Briones, Veteran Services.
Yes, I did. And we have a short presentation, but first, I'll save my comments for after the presentation.
Welcome.
With deepest gratitude and respect for everything our Veteran Services Division does. And this week, of course, we celebrated Veterans Day, but it shouldn't be one day that we celebrate our veterans. We need to show the respect and honor throughout the year, and the work that you all are doing and how you've grown the services is just deeply appreciated.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dave Lewis, the Executive Director of Harris County Veteran Services Department. It came to my attention that I'm not telling our story well enough, and so I appreciate the opportunity for me to spend some time telling that story today. And I want to start off by when I met with our Gallagher consultant that came to talk to all of the department heads and everything. Here's the immediate feedback I got, and I'm going to try to quote him. He said, "I'm amazed, overwhelmed, and a little bit emotional about what you guys do for Harris County veterans. And I'm proud to say that we work very hard with my team to be able to make that happen." So next slide, please. As you all recall, 2019, we had a court motion that established us as a department. We started that department in January 2020 with 4 employees and a vision. Today, we have 29 employees. We've got 5 service lines. We're still barely meeting the need that's out there today. And we're working really hard to try to get the services to our veterans that they so richly deserve. Slide, please. Here's our money. You all generously funded us at $1.8 million and some change. That's 2.5 times our original budget when we started this program. We've worked very hard to acquire grants that help us provide services. 1 federal grant for suicide prevention, 2 state grants from the Texas Veterans Fund for Veterans Assistance for a little bit over $3.2 million. Slide, please. What do we do? Our mission is to improve the quality of life for Harris County veterans and their families. That's a pretty broad mission statement, I realize. Our veteran population is the size of the United States Marine Corps just in our county alone, 185,000 plus veterans. When we add their family members in there, it's over 300,000. And if you look at the veteran population in the counties that touch us, many of whom commute and come to work in Harris County, we're about the size of the United States Army. We've got a lot of veterans here. Our vision is every veteran succeeds, and we allow them and their family members to determine what success means. Slide, please. So I said we have 5 service lines now, and one of them is only about 2 weeks old, and I think this will make Commissioner Ramsey happy because we worked very hard to get to this point. We do claims and benefits. That's 6 people. That's our only statutorily mandated line of service. We have a grant from the Texas Veterans Commission for emergency financial assistance. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. We have a very good grant from the United States Veterans Affairs for 9 people that allows us to do suicide prevention. Just a side note, with the passage of the continuing resolution last night, we're all breathing a little deeper because we run out of money next week. Even though as soon as that CR is signed, we can now backdate our next year's to October 1st. but we were pretty nervous here. So our fourth line of service is justice-involved veterans. I'm very proud to talk about what we're doing here. We've set a model that other counties, other places around the country are coming to us, Los Angeles County, Cook County, asking us how we're doing this. Bexar County is working lockstep with us on how we figure out who's in our jails and what we're doing for them. And then finally, we've just started a veteran-owned small business and a service-disabled veteran-owned small business line of effort, funding that without any additional revenue at this point in time to be able to take care of our business community. It's one of the big asks that we have. So next slide, please. Okay, as far as the Harris County Strategic Plan, we hit 4 of the goals of your strategic plan. We hit 7 of the objectives there. So we don't want to get narrowed into just one little category here. We're hitting very broadly many of the strategic goals and objectives that you all have set for the county. Slide, please. What do? Our core operating principles are as follows. We use this framework that I developed many years ago called FASTER. That stands for Find, Assess, Stabilize, Treat, Reassess, Reintegrate. I'm talking about 5% of our veteran population. 95% don't need a little bit of help or not a lot. 5%, we have to go find them. We're different from the VA in that the VA says, here we are, come see us. A veteran that's struggling and isolated won't go. We go find them. We rely extensively on veteran-to-veteran contact, trust by that veteran-to-veteran contact. We're just a funny community that way. We trust each other more than we trust other people, and then trust by extension. We fill in the gaps, again, where the VA can't do things in the community or other agencies can't. We're filling in those gaps. We work very hard to have eyes and ears in the community. That's how we find people. I can't send my team out on a daily basis to go find veterans that are struggling, so we rely on community partners' eyes and ears. And then we rely really on a hand-up philosophy, and I call that consumer to producer, people that are consuming county resources, our jail resources, our health resources. If we can get them back up on step with a little bit of injection of resources, they're now producing in our community. They're holding down jobs, they're paying taxes, they're doing good things, and so we look at that hand-up, not a handout philosophy. Next slide, please. By the way, if I can shift costs to the VA away from Harris County, I think that's a win for all of us. Our claims and benefits by the numbers here, these numbers are amazing to me. I mean, I watch our claims team work hard every day, but over 2,600 Harris County veterans served, 2,700 individual claims cases filed electronically. This same team does 65 in-person events every year in many of your precincts, in 3 of the 4 precincts, and I recognize Commissioner Garcia's team does their own thing there, and we appreciate everything that they do. But over 5,000 interactions and follow-ups. I want to brag on a couple of our folks. Ms. Ardina Hardy down here at the bottom. This started as a conversation in church with one of her fellow congregation members. A surviving spouse that said, I think I'm due something, but I'm not sure what. It had been many years since she'd even investigated. Ardina working hard, pulling down all the data and everything she needed to, not only got this lady a monthly pension of $1,600, but a retroactive, life-changing $231,000 benefit paid. So, yeah. Next slide, please. We've got 3 other great stories here, and they go along the same lines. Next slide. 2 of our VSOs, again, worked with a surviving spouse, got her monthly pension. If you go back 1 slide, please. And again, life-changing amounts of dollars that were owed to these folks. A veteran that had had a claim working for a long time, trying to get things together, had worked with many other VSOs, veteran serving organizations, to try to get him what he was due. Finally got that paid. He now gets a $1,400 a month benefit and $131,000 retroactive. And the same thing on the bottom line here. 100% veteran, service disabled veteran here now receives $4,000 a month and a $62,000 retroactive payment. These are folks that are going above and beyond just filing the paperwork and saying good luck. They're going in there, digging in their records, finding what's due, finding clear and unmistakable errors, and doing great things. Next slide. Emergency financial assistance. It's a small grant, $300,000. but we serve over 230 veterans. These are people that are not evicted. These are utilities that are not shut off. These are vehicles that are now enable them to get to work again. That line goes out the door. We tell TVC all the time we could use 10 of these grants, and they laugh at me and give us one every year. But we do good work with what we've got. Next slide, please. This is our one of our biggest areas that we're working really hard here. The challenge we face is over 3,500 veterans go through our justice system in Harris County every year. When we started looking at this, we get about 75% recidivism. It's a revolving door going in and out of our jail. A lot of reasons why we're there, and I'd love to have that discussion with your staffs. We've got 5 people full-time focused. 3 are grant funded from the Texas Veterans Commission. They are in the jail every day. They're in the jail right now, finding veterans, getting their reentry plans worked. We've got a team lead that's working across the board, all kinds of great innovative things. We're working with CORE and CERT and Metro, doing some good stuff here. And then 2 years ago, you all funded a staff attorney for us, and the veterans love this inside the jail. They all want her to represent them. We said she's not going to do defense counsel for them. What she does is grease the wheels of justice. And this is amazing. She's working with the courts, doing all kinds of good stuff, and we're saving the county dollars by funding that position. Slide, please. So out of that 3,500, this year we found 650 wrote reentry plans for them. We were able to connect with 148 of them when they came out of jail. Our recidivism rate stands at 17% rather than 75% for those veterans that we're able to connect with. It's significant. We've seen these drops, these dramatic drops. Our staff attorney has worked with, if I could have
Motion to
permission.
extend.
Any objection to unanimous consent to continue discussion? Hearing none, we'll continue.
Thank you. Working with, now the district courts are starting to figure out what our staff attorney can do, going to her for recommendations. And she has been able to get 14 veteran specific treatment options outside of DDRP that now enables us to get them to the right place, whether it's Temple, Waco, San Antonio, into veteran treatment facilities here, again, saving the county dollars. Slide, please. Just a picture. This is one of the days we try to bring all the veteran treatment court veterans over to our office. So out of the courtroom, we can sit down and work one-on-one with them to try to develop individual and tailor their individual needs that they need, whether it's housing needs that they're going to have or substance treatment or whatever we need to do. So next slide, please. Very briefly, a goal of reducing veteran jail population. We know that's a big cost driver. We work with Tanya all the time on how we measure this, how we get about doing this. We believe there's 6 areas. Better upstream interventions, so they never wind up in the jail to begin with. Better access to counsel. We're working that one right now with our staff attorney. Figuring out better ways to do reentry, the planning and execution of that reentry, knowing where we're going to get somebody when they pop out of jail. And then we're really looking hard at 3 options. Our highest risk, highest need belong in treatment courts. There are many that could be diverted at the front end of the jail, and we've got people at the front end of the jail now. And then in between there, we believe a veteran's docket. Somewhere less formal than the treatment court, but still some supervision and some work with us in the Harris County Veteran Services to be able to do that. So we think with access to all of those pieces here, we can continue to reduce costs and do the right thing for our veteran population. Slide, please. We lose a veteran to suicide in Harris County every 6 days. We're 3.5% of the population, but 11% of the suicides. We're one of only 2 counties nationwide that have this very good grant from the the Veterans Affairs. And as we all know or should know, there's significant relationship between veterans that are homeless, the veterans that are justice involved, and veterans who die by suicide. In Harris County, and we track every one of these with partnership with the IFS, We lose between 600 and 650 people in Harris County every year. I'm going to talk about that in an initiative here. That's $1 billion of economic impact from people that die by suicide in our county. 74% of Texas veterans who die by suicide use a firearm. We can't have this conversation without talking about firearms. We've created a very nice program. It's gaining state and national attention called the Texas Two-Step. There's the website right there, texas2step.org. The two-step is secure the means, reach out for help. And then we give people a variety of ways. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about 988 because I still see people saying, we didn't know where to go, didn't know what to do. If you know of somebody that is suicidal, anybody can call 988, including on behalf of somebody else. Please pick up the phone, dial 988, get the resources and the assistance. We get a lot of referrals from 988. If you're a veteran, press 1. It goes directly to the Veteran Suicide Hotline. Slide, please. Here's our Fox Prevention Grant. It's federally funded. We had to have a rural component in this grant, so we included all the counties that touch Harris County, even though we all know there's a very rural component of Harris County itself. By the VA rules, it doesn't count. And then in the bottom left corner there, this is one of the billboards that we put up for our Texas Two-Step. You may have seen them, and we have gotten some pretty good success out of this. Simple message, simple website, and we've had people call and say, it's time to secure my weapon. What can I do? Our team has screened over 2,000 incoming calls, 302 veterans screened. When I say screened, given a Columbia Suicide Scale screening. We enrolled 162 participants this year. That's 162 people that are not looking to die by suicide right now. And they spend about an average of 173 days in the program. It's a very extensive program, and we work really hard. It's federal, so there's a lot of bureaucracy involved, but we work really hard to try to take care of the folks. Slide, please. Some of our partnerships. And I couldn't name them all, and I always hate to do this because I'm always afraid I'll leave somebody out when I do that. But notice a couple things here. We work with CORE and CERT teams. We're on their iPads. We have a separate room, not to be the crisis responders, but to be the next day. When you get a crisis de-escalated, what does the next day look like? That's what VSD is there to be able to say, let's take a look at the next day, the next week, the next few weeks, see how things are going. We're working, Commissioner Briones, with your staff to try to get involved with the HEART team so we can contribute to that area as well. But we work across the board when it comes to crisis, veterans in crisis and suicide response especially, working very hard to take care of all those pieces. Slide.
How much more do you have?
One more slide. So our initiative is working really hard on the lethal means storage. Like I said, we can't have that conversation. Justice programs I've described. We described our veteran-owned business program, and something I hope to bring in the next court, maybe, but the court after that for sure. Suicide Mortality Review Committee. This is deep dives into select suicides across the county. We're going to start with veterans because we've got more data on them. But the Suicide Mortality Review Committee will be a committee of experts that takes a look at anything we can learn to do upstream interventions. The Texas Health and Safety Code allows under Chapter 672 a commissioner's court to basically sponsor one of those SMRCs. We're going to look for your support to be able to do that. We think the Houston Area Suicide Prevention Coalition is the perfect place to house that. And with that, that's my presentation. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you.
So Colonel Lewis, I just wanted to, Colonel Lewis, to you and your team, thank you. I'm so proud of the work that you're doing. I'm proud that we've been able to grow your team and the service lines. So tremendous work and these outcomes. We see how we're honoring our veterans, and granted, there's so much more to do. And so we look forward to actively partnering and supporting in every way, especially on the suicide number. That is staggering that there are 3.5% of the population, 11% of the suicides. Like when they've given the ultimate sacrifice and served our country, we need to be serving better. So thank you for what you're doing to elevate and be a national model. And my team and I are all in, the proud granddaughter of veterans, and I know that shaped their life. And Two veterans are key leaders on my team, and just that commitment to service and excellence in country and community, it just inspires me every day. And namely, I'm talking about Jamal Smith, my Deputy Chief of Staff, and Daniel Rodriguez, and so many of the other veterans in Precinct 4. So as we think about hiring Chief Talent Officer for the county in the open position, I mean, to me, hiring a veteran and how we can continue finding these synergies in the county and this cross collaboration, because what you're doing is tremendous, and I have deep respect. So thank you, Colonel Lewis, to you and your team.
Thank you. It's my honor
And by
to
the
do
way,
that.
amazing. And Commissioner Garcia, what you do internally in Precinct 2, that too is a model for the state and country. So one day I hope to get there, but thank you.
You will.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you so very much. Jason, as well. Thank you for all the incredible work you guys are doing. Count us in. Obviously, this is something that should not be associated with our veteran community. So we've got to do everything we can to continue to give those men and women our entire support. So count us in, and I'd love to continue to work with you to see what other endeavors are in front of us to help our veterans. In that vein, I also want to commend you for talking to the other officers about the ways to collaborate with them. I think that is a very, very smart way to approach things as well. So thank you for the work you do, and continue moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Colonel Lewis. Good job. Just to give you a report, we had over 800 veterans attend our dinner last week. Had the senior cadets from A&M. I know I'm biased, but we all had a good time. But just to spend time with our veterans and have those kind of conversations. And we had some nonprofits, Camp Hope, Tunnel to Towers. They both have pretty significant facilities within our area. I'm assuming you work with
Very closely with both of them.
Okay. Well, they're
Yeah, in fact, we have a team at Camp Hope right now. So
they've reached out, and we'll be working through your office on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a motion?
Commissioner, it's a discussion. It's
Just
a
a
presentation only,
Okay.
so no action.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Great
Colonel
job.
Lewis.
letting
Thank
me tell the
you very
story.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Lewis.
Next is page 24, item 175. Commissioner Ramsey, you pulled that one. That is the renewal.
It's temporary staffing, and I know we're going through, I'll say, strategic hiring over here, managing that very closely. Hopefully, we don't find ourselves circumventing that process with temporary staffing. You know, you look at the $33 million that we're fixing to have a conversation around. That's a significant amount of money. I've expressed concern. I know I've visited, I think, with the tax assessor and the number of temporary staff going on 2 years. So at some point, maybe there needs to be, my motion would be to consider Direct Office of County Administrator, Person and Human Resources and Talent to come back in February 2026 with a recommendation on a policy to limit the time a position can be filled with temporary staffing and ways to monitor it.
I
So
will second
is the motion to approve this item and add that as an
Yes.
addendum?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any problem?
Commissioner, I think we can absolutely do that. I will say that the way that we are managing the budget is that by sweeping cash out from vacancy savings, there is less room for departments to kind of use this A1 service to replace those lost. So we're trying to keep an eye out for that, at least for this year.
We're also tracking the POs very closely on temporary staffing along with the county procurement officer. So that was one of the, I think, Commissioner Garcia, one of your concerns when we started discussing this was putting some controls there. So we are monitoring it very closely. You've heard me complain about the reliance on temporary staffing, and it was part of our 5-year plan. So for the big users of it, we're going to continue to push to figure out a different model.
I could not agree more with Commissioner Ramsey, and I know we've talked about this. to me, 5 years is too long, especially like I love what our tax assessor collector Ramirez has done in just 1 year, and how you get better results and you become better stewards of taxpayer resources, and then you have that continuity, that training. I'd rather invest in our human capital and not pay extra to some staffing agency just to have a revolving door. So I will second that motion wholeheartedly.
Did you catch the language? You want to say it again?
I did get it.
Okay,
So it's
motion
going to be
made
as
by-
presented and then the motion.
Yes. Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Next one is item 31. Oh, page 31. Item 228, precinct 4.
So 228, this will be very brief, but I'm so thankful to the group Friends of the Children Houston. This will be a partner coming into several Harris County Precinct 4 community centers, namely Tracy G., Freed, Weekly, and Bayland. There will be no cost to the county, no cost to families or taxpayers, but this is a nonprofit that has wanted to partner with Precinct 4, and I thank my team because they're always looking for partnerships and how we can do more to serve the community. And with Friends of the Children Houston, they connect children with mentors dedicated to their success, and their model is to partner with them from the entry point through their entire school career, so ideally for 12 years. And they have great outcomes. I'll just name a couple. 83% of the youth enrolled in their program earned their high school diploma or GED, and 93% remain free from the juvenile justice system involvement. And so as a former teacher, with unfortunately many of my kids were involved in the juvenile justice system, and as a mom, I'm so thankful to Friends of the Children Houston and to all of our community partners who are coming into my precinct and all of our precincts to really help amplify what the county can deliver. So with that, I move item 228 as presented.
Motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Item passes, 4 ayes, no nays. Next is page 31, item 234, Commissioner Briones, Interfaith Ministries.
That is another one, and I want to thank my team because they really have stepped in. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, but the amount of hunger and poverty in our community is saddening and unacceptable, always. I'm happy that the federal government is now in motion again, but to have experienced the longest federal shutdown in the history of our country has caused immense pain to millions and to hundreds of thousands here in our community of Harris County. So from federal workers to SNAP recipients to those, seeing their healthcare premiums skyrocket. So especially here in Harris County where we have a hunger crisis, where we have 40% of our residents facing food insecurity. This is always, which it was exacerbated recently, but always 40%. This is 3 times the national average in the energy capital of the world and such a prosperous county. This is unacceptable. So I'm so thankful because Interfaith Ministries is a lifeline for our seniors, specifically our homebound seniors. And they were facing a $500,000 shortfall due to broader federal cuts. And this shortfall would have forced them to stop meals for hundreds of seniors. And so thank you to my team who flag and see these gaps and try to always figure out a plan to take action. And they had raised, thanks to very philanthropically minded folks in our community, they raised $450,000 of the $500,000 shortfall. And so today I am proud this item is with regard to the last $50,000 because we want to step up to the greatest extent possible where we can, so our homebound seniors are not going without meals. And so thank you to Interfaith Ministries for Greater Houston for everything you do all the time to serve our community. And on our watch, we were not going to let this stand in the way of our seniors. So with that, I thank my team, and I know that Precinct 2 is also stepping up, as they do time and time again. So I don't know, Commissioner Garcia, if you wanted to share, but I appreciate our teams working together. I know we've reached out to all of the teams because, again, where we can, we just want to make sure we're, again, the need broadly is tremendous, but where we can keep taking steps forward, we are happy to do so.
Good deal.
Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Briones. Thank you for bringing this item, and absolutely, the challenges that our SNAP recipients are facing is very, very disheartening. And I want to thank you for the bandwidth that you have going from infrastructure projects to economic development to making sure that folks that are underserved are receiving appropriate attention. So thank you for that. And so Precinct 2 also wants to participate, and so I want to make a friendly amendment to include Precinct 2 for $50,000 as well.
Thank you.
And I was just blown away at the cost effectiveness of this. That contribution will provide, I think, over 200,000 meals for folks in Precinct 2. So I am immensely excited about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, I think it's important that we become those partners, those trusted partners on all kinds of activities. I know we have, just in the last month, Cypress Assistant Ministries, Humble Assistance Ministries, Northwest, Churches United in Caring, Fairhaven, Trinity Klein, and Metro National will be packing 50,000 kids' meals for Thanksgiving. So there's the nonprofits that operate in Harris County are extraordinary. If we can look for opportunities to partner, that's great.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Brown, thank you so much for what you've done. Although I couldn't step up on this one, we've reprogrammed money that we control in Precinct 1 to the food bank to the tune of about $1.2 million.
It's amazing.
That was on the last couple of courts. And for Bread of Life, I think we gave them about $500,000 as well.
That's amazing, Commissioner.
I got a couple of more who are coming in, but just so much need out there. But thank you all of you, for what you've done from your precincts.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you,
motion's
colleagues.
been made with a friendly amendment added by Commissioner Garcia. So it's an additional $50,000. Did you get that?
I'm just checking it. I think we're amending the agreement. I just need to make sure we can do that. If you can give me.
Okay, sure.
Actually, I know we're close to 1. If you want to hold this and I can tell you afterwards, you go after
I'm gonna
lunch.
try to knock out one more item if I can. For y'all. What about page 32, item 245? We'll move to that one.
That one is a bit longer, Commissioner.
Okay.
Not that one, please.
Y'all ready to eat?
Yes.
Okay, it is 1:03. We'll go to lunch and come back at 2:03. So, colleagues, it is now 2:06 and we're back in session. I know the clerk is on a quick time fuse and Commissioner Garcia will be here shortly, but we'll be able to add his vote, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And, clerk, you on showtime. And you told me you have to get back.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
It's
Thank
item
you, everyone.
327.
Yes, thank you so much. Today, I am bringing forth to you all, and if I can get someone to hand out the Canvas reports to you all.
Just throw them up here at me.
Everything.
Throw them up here at us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, before you, you all are receiving the Canvas report and a thumb drive of the Canvas for the November 4th general and special elections. As a reminder, the main item that you are canvassing today is the state constitutional amendments and the CD18, which will go to the governor to officialize next week. As for the entities and political jurisdictions, they will canvass their own results. So this is a formality that is required by law. And if I can get a motion in exception, we have counted and officialized everything for this election.
So move. Is that second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ramsey. Motion made by Ellis. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. 3 ayes and no nays. It passes. And we'll let Commissioner Garcia vote when he gets here.
Okay. Thank you so very much.
You did a great job.
Might I encourage my colleagues to go get the grand tour out at the election place? She really knows how to give a good tour, and there's so much going on out there. How many have come out there besides me?
So he's pulling me right on in to tease you all. Others have
Very
confirmed
much.
and had to reschedule, and I understand life events, but when you're ready, thank you for your
I'm
support.
sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off.
I was out there.
Threw me right
I
under the
was
bus.
riding around the building on a bicycle. They wouldn't let me in.
It is very well protected, as you want your elections to be, but as soon as you're ready, just say the word and we'll get you all in. As you know, there is a runoff for the City of Houston at-large 4 and for Houston City College. That will take place December 13th. Early voting will begin December 1st, and we're right on to the next election. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you for doing a great job.
Thank
And
you.
Commissioner Garcia said, is that unanimous consent so that Commissioner Garcia can be shown voting yes? If he'd like to, on certifying the election results.
All right.
Commissioner-
Right on
4-0,
time.
You can't beat it.
Thank you for your leadership and your service, Clerk Hudspeth.
Thank you. Your
Thank
clerk
you.
is running to run all the next elections coming up. You all have a good afternoon.
Thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate it. Thank you. Next item is 245, Commissioner Briones. It's a transmittal.
Commissioner, y'all gonna finish item 234?
Oh, 234.
Yeah.
Go back 234.
On item 234, if we could just approve it as presented. Unfortunately, Commissioner Garcia, we were trying to make it work. I don't think we can because of the way it's constructed, right? It's an individual contract with Interfaith Ministries. I talked to Mayor in your office, and I think, and we talked to HCD. HCD says it makes sense to bring it back at the next meeting, and it'll definitely get on. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. A motion was made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. 4 ayes and no nays. Item passes. And now we go to 245, correct,
Yes,
Jay?
245.
Yes.
That is the Harris County Subdivision Drainage Improvement Program. Before I start with my questions, would you please give some key updates on the progress being made?
Yes, I'm Erwin Burden with the Office County Engineer. Currently, we went through this status update back in March, and we had 10 projects remaining to be completed of the 57 of that component. Of those, 4 of those projects are ready to be bid. We had projected to have them in bid by summer. The 3 are grant projects, and they're held up by the shutdown of the government and some complications by getting those grants secured. We've been working with IGA, everybody we can at the county. They're poised and ready as soon as the government shutdown starts back up. That's what we understand. And Bear Creek, I believe, we have authorization to start bidding that one. So that's a Precinct 4 project. So that's an $8 million grant that we are moving forward with. Highland Ridge, Highland Estates, we had an ILA issue we worked out, and Precinct 3 concurred with that last week, so that's going to advertisement. And the other two, we're poised and ready on the edge of those grants to get those going as well. So those are the last 4 of the 57 projects. We currently have 40 complete of the 93, 22 in construction, and the remainder is what I'm talking about. So does that answer your question?
So yes. And so can you just please repeat the total number of projects completed in
40
construction?
are completed. 39 are in the 57. 1 is outside the 57 in the table 3s. And the rest are 22 in construction. And we will have more because there is some advertising going on. And then all of the projects are scheduled to be completed by second quarter of 27, pending when we get these grants.
Okay. So my next question is, I know we discussed the funding gap months ago, and I know cost escalation is something that we've been wrestling with, as well as increased costs. I'd love to hear what, from your vantage point, what the total funding gap currently is.
To be honest with you, that's a little early at this point because we're still in construction and we could have change orders. Right now, we have been, from the numbers we gave you in March, we're approximately 6 million lower than what we projected in the awards. But there could be change orders and some other costs that we're kind of monitoring. And if you remember, we got 99 of the 113 million requested. So we think we've made up some of that gap.
Okay.
But I won't know for probably another 6 months to 9 months down the road when we get more of the projects complete. Because as we complete them, we go into an audit and close out those accounts.
Okay. And so is each project that is currently under construction fully funded?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, Commissioner.
And can the engineering team please provide our offices with project level breakdown of the projects, of the funding sources, as well as the dollar amount encumbered from each of the respective sources, please? And if so, by when?
That was actually given back in March under
The updated one?
well, what I'm getting at is most of the numbers have not changed except for these awards. So like I'm saying, the numbers really haven't changed that much since the awards. But we're planning, we can give that update, but the issue was that there were like 10 funding sources, so it made that monthly status report really wide. And the court actually requested what we provided, so it would be more readable. And so I'm not saying no, I'm just saying it's more complicated than that because it's a lot of funding sources. But we do have that information. We did provide it back in March, and it hasn't changed much since then.
Okay. Well, we appreciate these regular updates, and we also appreciate you working with all of our offices because living in Harris County, I know that all of us are concerned and want to make sure we're maximizing the protection that we're able to deliver across the county. And we just need to be laser focused and as solutions oriented as possible in moving this forward. So thank you.
We want to deliver these for you. That's where we're at. The biggest risk, like I mentioned, is those 3 grant projects, and we are working diligently to secure that funding.
Okay. Can you please repeat, so we're all on the same page, when all of these projects will be completed by?
We're currently scheduled, pending these grants coming through, second quarter of 27.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, quickly, I know in 2021, Precinct 3 had 10 projects defunded under this program. I'll just report to you, we found a path forward on 8 of those through other means and methods and whatever. So that's just a matter of continuing to pursue other options and opportunities.
Yes, Commissioner, me and Eric have been talking about that, and I'm really excited for you. You are doing an excellent job.
Any other questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Just simply keep up the good work, and I know there's a lot of challenges, but keep your nose to the grindstone, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a transmittal, so there's no action, but thank you for your comments. The next one is another transmittal is 248, Commissioner Ramsey, Department of Economic Equity and Opportunity, Harris Hub Program, 2-year evaluation.
Yeah, just quickly, this had to do with nonprofits working with a lot of the businesses in the area. I know Baker Ripley is one of our nonprofits working on this. And again, it's working with developing, working with small businesses, working with them, partnering with them. Baker Ripley beneficiaries, I think 21% were in Precinct 1, 23% in Precinct 2, 11% in Precinct 3, and 32% in Precinct 4. And to no one's surprise, the reason that it's so low in Precinct 3, there was zero outreach from Baker Ripley in the precinct. You contrast that with Rhodes Consulting, which did similar things. They had an outreach, and the numbers were Precinct 3, 23, Precinct 2, 20, Precinct 3, 17, Precinct 3, 4, 40. So a little outreach is helpful. And you look at the number of applications from Precinct 3 is lowest among all 4 precincts. I'm just encouraging our folks that head this up to be mindful of that, pay attention to that, manage the nonprofits on behalf of everybody in the county, and be sure that we're pursuing opportunities in all 4 precincts equally. This is a transmittal. There's no action to be taken, just an observation on the transmittal.
Thank you for calling that to our attention, Commissioner. The next one is item 276. Budget discussion, contract patrol rates.
Thank you, Commissioner. So just to lead off, I apologize to the court for having this as discussion only. We'll have to come back in December with the action-oriented one. Essentially, what we're asking for is guidance as we move forward with the contract patrol as it relates to the pay parity that court has voted to implement. So just for context, when this came up during the budget process, originally, so about around this time last year, court adopted a contract patrol rate for fiscal year 26 of $124,000. Post the pay parity being implemented, the real cost for the county is $154,000. When we came back during the budget process, we presented 2 options. One was actual costs, which would be that 154, as well as an option to phase in the increases at the time, given the SB 23 concerns of contracts leaving. From that point, we're in a very different world now, thanks to our state legislature, which essentially allows the constables to set whatever rate at whatever split between the county and the customer that they choose. So it really is on us to work with the constables to see how we can, do some harm mitigation and ensure that they're paying as close to what market rate is as possible. So again, there's no action on this one, but we will bring this back in December.
So if I might, because this is a result of item I put on the agenda, and when I made the motion, I simply said I want us to follow the law. No ifs, ands, and buts about it, particularly when we're talking about law enforcement. We ought to follow the law. The law is real clear. I thought we all agreed, and that means we need to set a rate that covers the actual cost of labor. And as we all know, we significantly raised law enforcement salaries in fiscal year 26. So the cost of patrol contract has gone up as well. Under the law, we must charge a rate that aligns with our costs. And I thought we'd all agreed to that, but is OMB looking to do something other than follow the law? I mean, first I want to ask Ms. Fomba, is this the law? Or do you sometimes, when I was on city council, Adrian,
yeah, I think if we want to have a discussion.
Used to tell me I was trying to follow the spirit of the law. The law's clear, am I right? The law is clear.
Commissioner, I think if we want to have a discussion about the legal issues surrounding this, we should have that in an executive session.
Okay. Oh, you want to do that now?
Please.
Okay. So it is now.
Well, I mean, Commissioner, we have, I think, 5 additional
we do 5
items, and then we have
okay.
to go to exec session for 2 more. It's up to you. It's your call.
Well, we'll do them all at the same time, the other items in executive
Understood.
session. So y'all want to pause on this one, do the others, and go to executive session and come back? Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Garcia, then Briones and Ramsey.
I do have a motion. I know we'll go back to some other issues, but I do have a motion. And Jay or John, I know this is a discussion-only item, and, but is it broad enough for me to make a motion too?
I mean, normally on discussion.
Not
only items, we-
directly related to the item.
I understood, but the problem is that it's been posted as just, essentially you can only talk about it. We can't take any action on it.
Gotcha.
And so, but if it's something that you could,
Make a request.
related to, directing
Okay.
OCA or something like
Yeah.
that, you can do that.
Okay, so instead of a motion, I want to give OCA and Office of Budget Management direction to create a dashboard. I think it'll help us all understand how many contracts we got, who's got them, and the impact towards the budget. We're only accepting contracts once a year, is that correct?
So we do take contracts mid-year. The policy thus far has been that they can only be at 100%. So if you're looking for a 70% contract, you would have to wait.
So only
until the mid-year.
100% contracts are accepted mid-year.
That's the current policy, but with the new law taking effect in December, the constables and sheriff don't even need to come to commissioner's court to have the contracts executed.
And that's why I want this dashboard to be created. I want to understand if any of that does happen. I don't think it will. I hope it won't. But if any of that does happen, I want to make sure that we have a running total of the negative impact that it'll have to the budget.
We have all that data we should get that done in December.
Good deal. Thank you.
Commissioner Briones.
So I have various comments on this item, but I would like to discuss it after we come back from executive session. And my end goal, I'm very proud of the pay parity we achieved. My precinct, my constituents absolutely love the contracts they have with the constables and the sheriff. And I've been working very collaboratively with my 3 constables. So more on that later and kind of what I think would be the best course of action moving forward, but I'll discuss it after executive session. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, let me just make a couple of comments before we go into executive session. As I understand just looking at the chart that was provided that supported this, currently the neighborhoods pay $124,440 for a deputy. I'll just use that as kind of the base.
Correct.
And the plan was in fiscal year '26, we would change that to $135,400.
If court were to adopt the phase-in, court during the budget process declined to provide. Court chose to provide the option for neighborhoods to pay a higher rate this year and avoid essentially a double charge next year.
But you got the fiscal year, and we can talk about this maybe in executive session. You've got targeted for that deputy to get to the charge for that deputy would be $146,620. That would be fiscal year '27, which would be October 1st, 2026.
That's great. Again, if court were to adopt the phase-in.
Yeah, that's inconsistent with what I think we understood, that you were going to go up 8.3%, which would be $135,400. So this year, today, it's $124,440. You go up 8.8%, that'll get it up to $135,400. The only question is, and again, we can sort all this out as we figure out what direction we're going to head. You've got on your chart $146,620, which is actually 16% higher than what I understood to be 8% in 1 year.
So Commissioner's Court, within the bounds of the law, can choose whatever rate. We initially, when we brought this item as part of the budget in September, we had proposed, and essentially an 8% a year for 5 years to get to that 186,000, which would be the 2030 number after we fully implement the raises which were set out. If court can choose to delay that 1 year,
I'm
then we
just
start
saying
with
what
8%.
was said before, what was understood before,
Yep.
trying to define
100%.
where we are. We'll come out of executive session and be someplace. But the other thing, key point, as we go into executive session, our constituents are contributing to this program to the tune of $112 million. And if we choose, depending on what we do, if there are contracts we don't have, we get to pay 100% of that. Is that correct?
I think that's a question to be answered in executive session.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll come out of there. But I think there's been some understanding of where we're headed, which this chart that you provided as backup is inconsistent with what has been communicated to the constables at this point.
Okay. The next item will be 41. Yeah,
Yeah,
41.
item 317, Commissioner.
Which one is that? Oh, yeah, 317.
Item 317.
Yeah. So, colleagues, this is, I have a motion to, a joint commissioners court letter of appreciation to the C.T. Bauer Foundation for its generous donation to address food insecurity in Harris County due to the pause in SNAP benefits. They were so generous and this happened so quick, we couldn't do a resolution. And if any, obviously Commissioner Garcia and I will sign it, but I'm hoping that when you look at the letter, I think we sent it out, other colleagues would sign that letter as well. So that's the motion on item 317.
I would be happy to sign as well.
Any concerns, Commissioner Rams? Motion made by Ellis, second by Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
For ayes and no nays, item passes. And the next one is item 320. And on that item, a number of states stepped up to help during the shutdown. Although it has ended, it's going to take a while for it to go in place. We don't know what that means. And we don't know what will happen at the end of this continuing resolution, if we'll be in the same position again. And this resolution calls on the state of Texas, the governor, asking them to step up and support its residents like other states, such as Louisiana, Virginia, and Maryland, to help our neighbors who are suffering from hunger and mispay. So I would move adoption.
Second.
Motion made, second. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Commissioner, who seconded?
Commissioner Garcia. 4 ayes and no nays, item passes. Jay, what is our next one here?
Item 324.
324. Okay, Commissioner Ramsey, that one is implementing metric.
We took that with item 12.
We already did
Oh,
that.
I apologize. No, we've already done
325?
324. I meant 325.
Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ramsey, you all pull that one on map next.
Oh, yeah.
325, page 42.
Why don't you start? Sure. I know you have some technical points on this, and I'll offer a couple others.
We have known that FEMA is going to, at some point, issue new floodplain maps for Harris County. And we sit here waiting for FEMA to release these. And again, this is a federal program. They're doing the maps. I think there's been some misunderstanding in the public that they think somehow flood control is withholding this information. I think that couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, we can't release information to the federal government, particularly FEMA maps. If we release FEMA maps ahead of schedule or ahead of when FEMA, then we get to take all the questions related to that. So I'm, on one hand, FEMA needs to release the maps. I advocate that they do that. I remain concerned that our neighboring counties are not participating in this particular program. Therefore, we're going to have FEMA maps in Harris County, much different than the FEMA maps in our adjacent county in Montgomery County, Fort Bend County, and all the surrounding. So this is just more of an awareness that we're waiting on FEMA. We need them to release them. And the sooner we get with our folks, the sooner we communicate to our folks the difference, because this is going to be a significant difference in what your existing floodplain is. The existing 500-year floodplain is now going to be the 100. And that has insurance impacts, cost impacts. Is just a tremendous point in the history of Harris County, this particular item. And I know the director has been doing everything in her office possible to get this out. But that was more of an awareness. I don't have a particular motion to make at this point, and other than just to simply say, we got a problem, we need FEMA to address it.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, thank you for bringing this up. And it has been a concern. I've been through, this is not my first rodeo related to maps. And you're absolutely right. It was tough enough when it's going to be tough enough when FEMA releases the maps on us, because we're going to find properties that are going to be cut in half. We're going to find developers holding property that now are going to potentially be undevelopable, all kinds of things. And so to that end, I want to offer, I am the co-chair of NACO's Disaster Reform Task Force. And I'd like to ask IGA and you, Dr. Peterson, if we could have a conversation with NACO to see how we can leverage that task force to maybe help FEMA or the federal government move this item along, because it is in limbo, and a lot of people are asking questions about this. And I just want to make sure that, number one, the federal government needs to own this, and they need to do their part, and then we can work it at the local level.
Absolutely.
So I got a couple of questions. What was the original flood map release date?
Commissioner, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I think it's the middle of 2022.
Yeah, okay, so, yes.
And then, do we have a new release date?
We are estimating right now, early 2026, for the draft maps, the draft flood insurance rate maps. And that's obviously dependent on a number of factors. But one of the things that I can say is in August, when court had a conversation around MapNext, really IGA was directed to draft a letter to FEMA and copy the delegation. Since that time, we at the Flood Control District, the team has been working very closely with FEMA. Unfortunately, the shutdown did slow things down a little bit, but I am hopeful that that collaboration will continue to proceed. You know, this really started out as a partnership with FEMA. This has always been envisioned to be that. There was a process set out at the beginning about how this was going to work, and the responsibilities of FEMA have always been clear, that they are responsible for releasing the flood insurance rate maps.
So I'm just curious, what would be the downside of us releasing what we have, because people know we have something, and adding a disclaimer that we are releasing what we have, but they're draft, and they're preliminary, and it's not FEMA's? I mean, anybody else, other places releasing it?
So the work that we have done on these maps is really unprecedented. And so the collaboration that we have with FEMA is to make sure that the information that we are generating from these models is accurate. And so that's why it's really important that we do the work, we continue to follow the process that we set out at the beginning, because we do believe we are close. And if, as Commissioner Ramsey said, if there are issues and we go outside of the FEMA process, that puts us in a challenging place. We believe that the process that FEMA uses has been tested, has been proven across the nation. And given the relatively near-term release potential, we believe it is prudent to wait.
If somebody did an open records request on it,
They're currently in
would
draft.
we have to release it?
They're currently in draft.
Okay, so we would not have to release it. Yeah. I just think it's dragging out for so long, and, people that I hear from blame us. They blame whoever they can get to.
Yeah.
They can't quite get to the federal government, they can get to us.
Yeah, and the reality is, this is really important work, Commissioner. We take our responsibility. We, at the county and at the Flood Control District, stepped up to really exceed the standards that have been applied anywhere else in the nation. And so that is why it is taking longer. But I think it's also important to be clear that Harris County in 2019 took a very important step by establishing a proxy for the floodplain regulations. At that time, as Commissioner Ramsey noted, the 500-year floodplain that we have currently is a very good proxy for the 100-year. And so the development rules, the floodplain regulations, are using that proxy to make sure that although the Map Next process is ongoing, Harris County is holding that higher standard for development in the county.
Yeah, last question. What have we spent to get the data we have, and where did the money come from?
The funding is a partnership between FEMA and the Flood Control District. And so I would have to ask. We can get you that number, Commissioner. It's, there was money set aside in the 2018 Flood Control Bond Program. And so there is a line item there. And so we'll go and get you that data.
Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, for putting this on the agenda. It's so critical, and thank you for the clarification that we've provided. So just to recap, FEMA is the entity that should and will be releasing the maps, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so since that August 26th letter that we all signed on to that we sent to FEMA, could you please go into what updates on timeline or feedback we've received since then?
Yes, that's a great question, Commissioner Briones. So since that time, I know several members of the Flood Control District team traveled to Denton to meet with FEMA staff, Region 6 staff, to collaborate on the process, the methodology for how we're going to move this forward. And at the time, the goal was to meet the end-of-year release date. Obviously, the work paused about the last month, but I expect the team will jump back and working together. At the same time, really since that update, FEMA was also working, and really where FEMA is at now is all of the data that has been submitted from the Flood Control District has been reviewed, and they are currently working to develop the draft flood insurance rate maps. So we have made progress even since August. I know it's taking longer than we want, but I think the progress is happening even if it's slow.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. And so what is Harris County Flood Control District's exact plan to make sure we're informing and engaging the public once the draft maps are released by FEMA?
So we have a very robust communications plan to make sure that all of the information that is
Motion to
occurring-
extend.
All right. So we have a very robust communications plan that involves not just the Flood Control District, not just the county, but all of the floodplain administrators within Harris County. Because it's important to recall that while the Flood Control District has been the one leading the way, the implementors of the flood insurance rate maps are actually those 34 floodplain administrators. And so we have been very closely coordinating with them through the process. We will continue to coordinate and do an outreach prior to the release of any draft maps. And then as the preliminary maps are released I think it's a month or two later, there will be a widespread effort of communication as well as open houses. And in those situations, the Flood Control District will be partnering with FEMA to provide that information to the community.
Well, we are all in making sure we're supporting you so that we can get the information out and work and support as strongly as possible. And I appreciate your collaborative approach, and I hope that FEMA will continue working closely with us now that the shutdown is over. Hopefully we can move forward together as best as possible. So I'm very thankful, Dr. Peterson, to you and your team for your excellent work. Thank you.
Are there any motions on this item? Okay, thank you. Chair, what do you have next?
I have 326.
Okay,
This is a follow-up to 318, and again, I will not make a motion today. It's more of a communication in general related to the impact of surrounding jurisdictions. As I said earlier, we're completely surrounded by other counties, and they don't have the same floodplain regulations, the same flood mitigation criteria as we do. And I think we just need to continue to bring that up. I've talked to our legislators, and there's been a lot of conversation about what we can do regionally. I want to start with just everybody adopt the same criteria. Our criteria is the most, I think, effective at mitigating flooding. And there's still millions of gallons of water coming into the county from our adjacent counties that could be mitigated by just simply having developers adopt the same criteria as we do. So I bring this again to court's attention. There may be something more we want to do at some point, particularly as we head to the legislative session. I've mentioned this recently I met with Commissioner Buckingham, made mention of this to her. There's not a single county official that I come in contact with from other counties that I don't bring this up to. So I think we need to continue to be clear on where we are. I'm not going to make a motion today that we shouldn't partner with any of our adjacent counties until they get their flood criteria. I'm getting real close to that because they come in and we want to do roads together, and I want to partner. I want to work with our neighbors. But when you won't do a simple thing like adopt the same criteria as we have, I think that's almost negligent. So we'll continue to work this issue too, as map next comes out, that'll be another point of conversation with our flood maps being much more restrictive than our adjacent neighbors. And the other point I'll make while I'm complaining, Harris County is literally spending billions and billions of dollars to address an issue. And I don't see any of the other adjacent jurisdictions involved in any way in terms of that. They go to the state, they go to other agencies. So I would like a little more effort on our surrounding neighbors. Bond issues are hard, but they'll pass 80% of the time if you can identify good projects. So thank you for allowing me to vent. I feel better.
Commissioner Brown.
And I was simply going to say, Commissioner Ramsey, I share your sentiment entirely. And Dr. Peterson, thank you for being the standard. And I hope to, and my team and I have talked very much, we're in initial discussions on potential partnership projects with our neighboring counties, and we want to work together, and it's so important. So if there's anyone who can convince most of those counties, Commissioner Ramsey, I have total faith and confidence in you, and I'm all in as well. So I hope we can do this to make sure that we're keeping our region as safe as possible. So
I did go before, just as a final note, I did go before the Subsidence District yesterday and made them aware that they are our guardians of groundwater. And when people are allowed to drill too many wells in an area, they're going to cause subsidence. Subsidence causes flooding, just another issue. So there's a lot of area that may have potential foot dragging in terms of doing. I know it's expensive. I live in an area that's not fully, but we have we're in compliance with subsidence rules, what they require us to do, and it's costing us tens of thousands of dollars a month to deal with it. So when I hear other areas that happen to be in my precinct, by the way, and they say, well, it's going to cost us money. Well, hello, that's what the rest of us have been doing for the last 30 years. So that's another point of contention, I think, as we work with our partners in the area.
Commissioner, I'm glad that you did put this item on the agenda. The good news is most jurisdictions in the Houston area have adopted the standards equivalent to ours. The big holdouts that come to my mind would be Waller County, Montgomery County, and Liberty County. And both are having significant growth, major growth in the area. And at some point, I think we ought to do something. Now, for me, I'd be hard pressed to do any roads with them. And Montgomery County borders the northern part of my precinct. And as you all know, we got a major project coming in out there. But as a rule of thumb, it would have to be that major operation would have to make a real strong case to me, at least with the money I have discretion over. I just won't do it because they ought to adopt it, because I know it's going to lead to problems for us at some point. But if we had a unified policy on it, I think it would help. But, you were right to raise the alarm. You've been doing it for a while, so stay mad. I just think it would make a difference. You and I share them out that way, and there's a big project out there.
And they're all upstream of us.
Yep. All right, thank you. So no action on that item. Jay?
Commissioner, we have 3 executive session items, 276, 295, and 318. So at this time,
We'll go into executive session on those items. And it is 2:48. Okay, we are back in session. It is 3:37, no action on those items from executive session. First resolution is one from the judge's office. And Jay, that is page 42, item 3, no, which one is that?
It's item 328.
Yeah, item 328.
Sure.
If you would.
I will. Request by the county judge for approval of a resolution designating December 1st, 2025 as World AIDS Day in Harris County, Texas. Whereas World AIDS Day is an annual event observed throughout Harris County, serving as a time to honor those affected by HIV/AIDS and raise awareness about HIV prevention, testing, and treatment. And whereas in the greater Houston area, nearly 33,400 residents are living with HIV, and over 6,000 additional residents are estimated to be unaware of their positive HIV status. World AIDS Day is an annual event observed throughout Harris County, serving as a time to honor those affected and raise awareness about HIV prevention, testing, and treatment. The Ryan White HIV program has alleviated barriers to HIV care by integrating mental health services, psychiatry, health insurance assistance, and community outreach into its Ending the HIV Epidemic portfolio, serving 2,846 individuals.
Okay, and we'll just pause until Commissioner Briones comes in. We'll just take a short pause.
I will wait.
And then we'll hear from the two speakers. Yes, and we'll hear from the two speakers. We have any speakers on this item?
Can we hear speakers? Paul.
No, we have a quorum now. We can hear speakers.
Yes.
Was that,
Yes.
at what point did, or is Commissioner, do I need to read that again?
No, I think.
Okay.
And we have some speakers. If you just say your name before we speak, and thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Josh Micah. I use he, him, and ill pronouns. Thank you for having us today. Houston and Harris County are home to over 3,000 people living with HIV. Approximately 15,000 of those individuals rely on Ryan White services for essential medical care, life-saving medications, and supportive services for Medicare. For many of this program, it's not just helpful, but it's crucial lifeline, stepping in when no other payment options are available, such as Medicaid, Medicare, or private health insurance. Ryan White program not only improves the health outcomes, but also plays a crucial role in preventing new HIV transmissions. When people living with HIV adhere to their prescribed medications, they can not only achieve undetectable viral status, meaning that the virus cannot be transmitted to others. This principle, U equals U, undetectable equals untransmittable, highlights the importance of ensuring continued access to care.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you. And you have another speaker? Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Ellis, just very briefly, Josh, Micah, I just wanted to thank you and all of the Ryan White Planning Council for what you do. Thank you for your advocacy, for everything you do to educate our community, fight for our community. And I want to thank Harris Health, Harris County Public Health. We have free HIV, SVI testing. Thank you for helping us get the word out. And so one day we look forward to us completely eradicating HIV, but I'm grateful for the progress we've made. I remember as a little girl in the 80s, family, friends passing away, and it was HIV/AIDS was a death sentence back then. So we've made progress, but there's still so much work to be done, and I appreciate y'all's leadership and advocacy. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all for being here, and we appreciate the judge putting it on the agenda. Oh, Commissioner Garcia?
Yeah. Thank y'all for all you do. I just always appreciate recognizing this resolution and supporting it. We just, we've come a long way from, as Commissioner Briones was alluding to, those that didn't survive to now living with. Maybe one day we'll finally get to where we can cure it. So thank you for your advocacy. Appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you. We'll take pictures right after we finish all of the resolutions. The next one is 329, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. This is the Operation Green Light for Veterans, and I want to recognize Daniel Uribe and Dr. Holloman, if y'all will make your way down. This is the fifth year that the National Association of Counties and the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers invite the nation's over 3,000 counties, parishes, and boroughs to show support for veterans by lighting our buildings green from November the 4th through the 11th. And I'm very proud to say, I think Daniel and Dr. Hallman will touch on it, but I've got 3 facilities that have been green lighted. I'm proud that Dr. Rahman has been able to get this building, the administrative building, green lighted, along with the civil courthouse, the juvenile justice center, the jury assembly, the 1910 courthouse, the family law, the Annex 2, Annex 44, the criminal justice center, Annex 84, and Annex 48. All are green light buildings, and I think I think that's probably it. But I am just so proud of Harris County participating in this. And Daniel, thank you for your work. You help with our veteran services programs over at VV Ramsey. Thank you for all you do, and I just appreciate that the service that we're able to provide our veterans, no matter where they live. So thank you, guys. You have the floor.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners and distinguished guests. My name is Dr. Chris Holman, and I proudly serve as the Assistant Director of Workforce Development and Veteran Services at VV Ramsey. I'm also a retired veteran who served over our nation for over 20 years, and I stand before you with deep pride and deep responsibility. Again, as the commissioner stated, this year marks the 5th anniversary of our Operation Green Light for Veterans, which is a national effort asking counties to light their buildings green from November 4th through 11th. On the surface, it may seem like a small gesture, but to a veteran, that green light can be a beacon. It says, we see you, we thank you, and we're here for you. Many of our brothers and sisters return home facing invisible battles, navigating complex systems for healthcare, housing, or employment. Through this initiative and continued investment in supportive services, we can ensure those battles aren't fought alone. Supporting our veterans is more than a part of my job, it's a calling. Each time a veteran walks through our doors and leaves with hope, we fulfill a promise. Let this light not only shine through doors, but also react to policy outreach. Thank you for standing with our veterans today and every day.
Wonderful. Dr. Holman, what branch?
Army.
Army strong. Hooah. All right. You've had your birthday. Are you going to help celebrate the Marines and the Navy?
Of course. We're all still brothers in arms.
Good deal. Thank you. Daniel, any words from you?
I think Dr. Holman just said it perfectly, sir. I'll leave it to him.
Wonderful.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, to all our veterans, God bless you. Thank you. And I am so proud of Harris County for participating in Operation Greenlight. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for bringing that up. And you have one more, colleague.
Yes, sir. This next one is a resolution to recognize Transgender Remembrance Day. I'm so proud to continue to bring this resolution forward. And today we are joined by Darren Yanes Perez, President and CEO of Trans Men Empowerment. It's based in Houston. And Darren, we welcome you and your colleagues. He is here today to tell us more about Transgender Remembrance Day, what it means to the community. And I understand your organization is holding a candlelight vigil here in Houston. If you can give us details on where, when that will be. And then also just to recognize a little bit about Darren, he is Cubano, Chico, and Cuban-born Latinx trans man leader and community organizer here in Houston. He creates support systems for trans men, particularly those who are African American, indigenous, people of color, immigrants, and or Spanish speaking. He was named Male Identifying Grand Marshal for Pride Houston. Congratulations. In Houston 365 in 2025. Recognized in the Outsmart magazine for founding TME and advancing trans masculine visibility. Darren, thank you. We need to continue to talk about this. There's an immense amount of hateful violence that our trans community is a victim of. And so I just want to thank you and everyone else for all you do to keep all members of our community safe. And thank you for your leadership in this arena. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daron Yanes, founder of TransMed Empowerment, a Houston-based organization dedicated to supporting and uplifting the trans men and broader community. Trans Day of Remembrance is a solemn day when we honor the lives of the transgender people we have lost to violence. It is a powerful reminder of the work still needed to ensure safety, dignity, and respect for all trans people. Thank you for recognizing this day, for presenting this resolution. Your acknowledgement truly matters to our community. We'll also be hosting the Transgender Day of Remembrance Vigil tomorrow, how he was mentioning. This at the Montrose Center. It's going to start at 7 p.m. and everyone is welcome to join us and as we honor our loved ones and continue building a safer and compassionate world for Houston. Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We're going to take pictures in a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones, you have two.
Yes, I have two resolutions today. First is Family Literacy Month resolution. So would all our guests please come up? So this one makes me very happy because my favorite part of my day when I'm able to get home in time is to read to my little girls. Well, the little one now, the other ones I don't get to anymore, but it makes me happy. And as my mom and dad are always watching from Laredo, Texas, they're both English teachers. In fact, my dad was my mother's English professor. So, but for literacy and reading, I would not be here today. But all jokes aside, thank you so much for what you do to improve literacy in Harris County. The statistics are not great. 1 in 3 adults in Harris County struggle with low functional literacy, meaning that they lack the reading, writing, and comprehension skills to thrive at work, home, and in daily life. So we have work to do as a community to make sure we're fostering literacy since early ages. So as a mom, I was an English teacher too. So as a mom and former English teacher, I care so deeply about the work you're doing, and I've been thankful for your partnership and helping us create small libraries at different community centers in Precinct 4, and I'm so thankful to the Harris County library system. And just again, we have a lot of work to do, but we're making progress. I especially love the mobile library units that go into the community and read to our kids, and we just need to do more of that. So if any of you in the audience have books that your families no longer need, please donate them so that we can get them into the hands of kids and families who do. So with that, we have several guests, and I am just really happy that here in Harris County, we are celebrating November as Literacy Month, and we would love to hear about the amazing work y'all are doing. So thanks so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hand, and I'm the Executive Director of Books Between Kids. At Books Between Kids, we believe every child deserves to be a book owner. Our mission is simple but powerful: to create book owners by distributing books to children and families who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford them. We operate out of a 13,000 square foot warehouse in Precinct 4, where more than 1,200 volunteers help us sort and prepare books every year. And while our home base is in Precinct 4, our programs reach over 70,000 kids in Houston every year. We know reading changes lives, but for many families, books are a luxury. Access matters and ownership matters. Together as a community, we're making sure every child can experience the joy of choosing and cherishing their very own books. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here with you today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hand.
Thank you. Thank y'all for what you do.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. My name is Brittany Mandarino, and in addition to my service in Precinct 4, I am also a co-chair of the Houston Bar Association's Lawyers for Literacy Committee. On behalf of the committee, I'm here also with my colleague Wonderland Hudson, who serves as co-chair. And under the leadership of President Daniela Landers, our committee works across the greater Houston area to promote literacy and access to books across our communities through our annual book drives and school reading programs like the Constitution Reading Day. One of our signature efforts is the Little Free Libraries Initiative. These are small community-based libraries that we install and regularly restock with diverse, bilingual, and age-appropriate books. I'm especially proud that this Saturday in Precinct 4, on Saturday, November 15th, we will be installing our donated Little Free Library at Precinct 4's Glacier Senior Education Center, helping to connect, if I may continue? Yes, thank you. Helping to connect generations through reading. In addition, this fall, as at our 2025 Fall Day of Service, the HBA volunteered at Books Between Kids, which we heard from their leadership today, which is a dynamic organization that's located in Precinct 4. They hope to get books into the hands of children who need them most in form of celebration parties that we learned about. And this year they gave out their 3 millionth book to students in Harris County. And so we're so excited, again, to partner with Books Between Kids in the spring for our Day of Service. These efforts reflect our shared commitment in Precinct 4 for literacy, equity, and service to the community with heart, hustle, and higher standards. Thank you.
Brittany, that's amazing. I want to thank you, Ms. Hudson, Ms. Landers. Thank you for that generous donation of the library that we will be having at Glacier, and we're really grateful. And then Books Between Kids, 3 million books. That's fantastic. So thank you again for all you do, and let's all do what we can to promote reading. So thank you.
Thank you.
So my next one, item 332.
Commissioner?
Oh, sure.
Real quickly, if I could ask you, as a former teacher, what kind of, and everybody has a particular teaching style. How did you get your kids, all ramped up and eager to learn?
I tried to make my class as interactive as possible and just like constant group projects, standing up to speak, going outside. I probably would have been, I loved it. I loved teaching so very much. And I was an adjunct at U of H Law Center recently until I became commissioner. So I do miss teaching. And I think once it's in your blood, it's in your blood. But
Well, I would have loved to have seen it.
no, thank you. Thank you. So my second and final is recognizing November as Family Caregivers Month. So this is something that I find so beautiful, and the truth is it weighs on me personally as my parents get older and I love them so dearly. And again, they're probably watching and wondering what I'm about to say, but they live 6 hours away in South Texas in Laredo, and I don't know what I'm going to do as they get older because I'm not there to take care of them. But when you think about it, there's 63 million Americans who care for a spouse, an elderly parent, relative, a special needs child, and that is a lot of people who are there providing day in and day out, and approximately 60% of those who are providing this essential care are women. And if you dig into the data, unfortunately, only 2 in 5 caregivers report an overall well-being for themselves. So in caring for others, often they've stopped caring for themselves. So there are various efforts that the county is engaging in, and I look forward to hearing and partnering with nonprofits across the county, and of course AARP, and just so many giants in this space that are making it easier. But this is something that is a national issue that we all need to be laser focused on from a policy perspective. But in the meantime, in our own personal lives, if we can, again, just those binds, whether it's checking on family member, but also elderly neighbors, and we see this during storms and after storms, but if we could take this approach into our day-to-day, I think this would be an even better place to live. So I'm very thankful to the after-school programming that we have been able to start, the free summer camps, and more amplifying senior programming. Really, I know all 4 of our precincts really focus on this. We've made progress, but again, there's more to do. And so with your partnership, we're able to amplify the Harris Center. What you do in this space is truly amazing. So we have several guests, and I will turn it over to them. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Barrera-Wandry with AARP Texas. On behalf of AARP's nearly 2.5 million members in Texas, we thank Commissioner Briones and the entire Commissioner's Court for issuing a resolution recognizing National Family Caregivers Month. As someone who is part of the sandwich generation, caring both for my toddler and my parents, I understand the challenges that family caregivers face every day. The toll is heavy financially, physically, and emotionally. 63 million Americans, including 5.3 million in Texas alone, step up as family caregivers. They provide 2.9 billion hours of care each year, worth $41 billion in unpaid labor. Thank you for shining a light on family caregivers this November. More action is needed. That's why AARP is pushing for common sense solutions that help caregivers save money, time, and provide health.
Please continue.
More support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barrera-Wandry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm very proud. We have the 2 largest AARP chapters in the state of Texas, just so happen to be in Precinct 4. So thank you for what you do.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Evante Collins, and I represent the Harris Center for Mental Health in IDD. So thank you for having us here. The role of a caregiver for someone with an intellectual disability, including autism, is filled with both unique challenges and profound rewards. Caregivers tirelessly navigate the complexities of healthcare, education, and social systems, all while creating environments that foster growth, independence, and inclusion to ensure people with disabilities thrive, experience joy, and live with dignity and pride. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to lend a voice to unsung heroes who often patiently work behind the scenes with grace and humility, accept the job title of advocate on an every single day. Thank you for also recognizing this month to honor their compassion and their resilience. Thank you.
Any
Anyone
other
else like to speak?
speakers who have signed up? Ms. Rodriguez?
Hello. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Georgia, and I'm a community health worker with Prognosis, a dementia caregiver support organization. My father passed away from vascular dementia in January of 2021. His last year was filled with pain, confusion, and fear. As his caregivers, my mother and I carried the weight of his illness together alone. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay.
Take your time.
Caregiving is an act of love, but it's also an act of endurance. When there are no real solid systems in place to support families like mine, it can become an act of survival. Across the country, 38 million people are providing unpaid care for aging or disabled loved ones. Here in Texas, more than 3 million caregivers provide nearly 3 billion hours of care, worth about $41 billion, and most do it quietly, often sacrificing their own health and their own stability. Proposition 14 really gives us hope for the future, but families also do need help right now.
You can
Please continue.
So I'm asking for you to commit to further supporting caregivers through funding things like screenings, referrals, and community programs that connect caregivers to the help that they need. Because caring for our elders begins with supporting the people who stand beside them through their final years. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And we're sorry for your loss. And I know your dad is smiling down with pride.
Anyone else?
No, I
Like
think
to
that's
speak?
all. So Harris County Commissioners Court is proud to recognize November as Family Caregivers Month.
Thank
So
you.
thank you all.
Thank you all. And colleagues, would you like to make a motion for all of the resolutions? Motion made by
Second.
Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Brianos. All those in favor, vote aye. 3 ayes and no nays. All of them pass. So here's what we'll do. They'll organize you all in order. You came up to take pictures. I'm going to adjourn, but we're going to be able to take pictures with you. So with that, any other business?
Not for me. Any of the court members?
You all right? No other business? Okay. It is now 4 p.m. No other votes needed? No other votes needed.
If I can give a second to just confirm here, 1 sec. Let me make sure we got everything here.
You have a motion?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was wondering, Jay, can we please take item 2 up again?
Yes, the court rules? Yes, we can.
Court rules. Yes, so in addition to the change that was in the item, I would like to read a motion A motion to amend the rules of procedure, conduct, and decorum at meetings, adding section 4C1 as follows. At the request of 2 members of the court, an item may be tagged for 1 meeting. If an item is tagged, no action may be taken on the item. The item will automatically be placed for consideration at the next regularly called meeting.
I'll second it. Motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Any other
Thank you.
business? Okay, so we're going to take pictures. We're going to adjourn, but you all come up and we'll take pictures. And we're so glad all of you all came. Okay, it is now 4:02. Commissioners Court is adjourned.